This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Oh, it's debate night. Of course, that's every night this week for us. We're watching a lot of debates this week. Tomorrow night is even more debate night since we're watching three big debates tomorrow night. World War III Day. Israel has invaded Lebanon. Hezbollah has struck Israel, or Iran has struck Israel. We're going to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. We're going to get the update on everything going on with that. DJ Dub, good evening. Warlord, good evening. I've got a car chase for you guys. It's a short one, so we'll try to get it in before the debate. Happened just a few hours ago. Yay! I don't know what else to say. It's a weird day. First and only vice presidential debate tonight. We're probably not getting another presidential debate. Let's see what else we got here. I'm still waiting for when Eric Adams steps down. I'm expecting it any fucking time. Still has not happened, apparently. Anytime now. Minty, good evening. Debating tonight. And in tonight's debate, it's the coach versus the couch. The coach versus the couch. Of course, tomorrow night we have Tim Kaine debating Hung Cao. Thursday night we have Bob Casey debating David McCormick. Jam-packed week of debates. Welcome in. We are currently 2 hours away from the vice presidential debate. In an hour, we're going to take C-SPAN. We're going to take C-SPAN and we're going to do C-SPAN calls because you know how much I love C-SPAN calls. We're going to do C-SPAN calls after. We're going to do a little bit of news beforehand. Find out what that news be doing. Oh, wait a minute. First thing we got to do is, get a little high because I ain't high enough for this shit. Might have not been anything in there. Barely anything. Also, I think it got too much water in it. Good evening. Welcome in. It's the Troll Patrol. Live. Good evening. Let's get right to it since, we got a busy night tonight. Oh, P. Diddy. P. Diddy getting hit with even more charges today. Looking forward to that. Indiana man allegedly claimed he killed his undocumented children, leading to an investigation. Let's start off with the Iranian missile attack on Israel as we prepare for the ramp up to all-out regional conflict. Two-timing me in soup. Two-timing me.
On the other end of me here, I'm going to see, yep, Byron, if you can get off the tripod there. You can see
this was at 7:30 in Tel Aviv time.
Right now, into the sky. I can see at least 3 of them right now. We're facing, the camera's now facing south. So you can see 4. We're seeing a 5th one in the air. And these appear to be, this is very similar to what we saw in April. I was in Jerusalem at the time, and we could see these various interceptors lighting up the night sky as they headed to intercept those various missiles and drones.
Jeremy, while you're seeing that in northern Israel, we want to go back to Jim Sciutto in Tel Aviv, who is seeing something similar. Jim.
Dana, we're seeing multiple directions here. To my left, which is just to the north, and to my right, to the south. They're over our head. I've counted at least half a dozen of them at this point. We're seeing them rising. I have yet to see them strike a target, or at least I haven't seen. Well, actually, now over here, I do see.
This was live reporting a few hours ago.
I think my team probably sees it as well on the right-hand side. If you direct it over there, in fact, you see the flash just out of camera there.
Flash, I haven't seen Flash tonight.
Way up, Dana, they follow a regular speed and pace and trajectory when they come down. And this is the one coming down here, I believe. They come down a little bit more erratically, and you could see it looks to be in more than one piece. That indicates to me that those are fragments of an incoming projectile that was hit, falling. And again, keep in mind, this is a big city, and there goes the air raid sirens again. Where that fragment just fell is still in a populated, a densely populated part of the city. So even if you strike,
great Flash,
to hit the target, those fragments themselves and the fragments of the intercept missiles themselves also can have an impact and can be dangerous. Look at it now. It's practically like fireflies over the city of Tel Aviv.
I mean,
Dana exasperated on air.
I'm counting, Dana, at least a dozen in the air at one time.
Why is it never
this is
when Israel's attacking people?
Jim Sciutto, this is obviously
It's a major attack. There's no question.
What you are seeing, what we are all seeing
Listen.
with our own eyes, is a major attack from Iran.
Retaliation!
Attack, Dana, and it's an escalation. It's an escalation of this war.
Yeah, Holiday, yeah.
What we saw, I think, potentially beyond what we saw in April.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it last night.
Dozens of missiles and drones.
And to wake up to this today.
According to U.S. intelligence, principally.
Yeah, they're making it seem like, oh, Israel's just innocent.
Which are the fastest by far and the most dangerous. And now what we're seeing in addition to those intercepts is we're seeing fragments falling to the ground. It's like a
This is all happening in a vacuum.
deadly firework.
Doesn't matter what happened before this.
And
Sacrificial MILF, good evening.
Here.
And you're talking about Tel Aviv, Jim. We are looking at pictures.
I was in Kai's channel last night, Proudly Radical. I do my rounds and say hey to all my friends, right? I love Kai. I hadn't been in there in a while, and Kai's hair looking amazing too. I've gone over it. I think everybody looks better with longer hair. So I go in there, and he's got some troll in his chat, and he's talking about how General Spitfire. Good evening. He's talking about how, like, you can come on. I'll talk to you. I'm like, ooh, I'll stay for this. I came just in time. And it turns out, like, the dude was like Yale. He went to Yale or some shit, or some Ivy League school. I was like, my right-wing trolls are never, like, Ivy League educated. But before he was talking to the kid, he was talking about how he had somebody in his community that had the coolest screen name. And, like, the name was cool and all. I don't remember what it was at this time. But my first thought was like, oh, yeah? I've got the sacrificial MILF in my community. You fucking top that one.
Pictures right now. Oh, we are looking at pictures of Tel Aviv, what you're describing.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus, he said.
Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down next to us here.
Please do, Jim. Please do.
They're coming down. One just about. We got to go inside.
Jim, please take cover.
Oh, no, I don't feel like you want to go inside either. I feel like you need to go to a bunker of some sorts. Once again, this was as Iran was attacking 8, 9, 10 hours ago, something like that. 7:42 Tel Aviv time.
We are listening and we are watching.
No, I'm off on my time. It's like 14 hours ago or something. I'm horrible at math.
You take your 33 and a third chance, minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning.
Who's trying to climb higher? I don't think they hit anything, as I understand it. Let's go to...
Sarah, I'm going to go to Jeremy Diamond in northern Israel. Jeremy?
Dana, from our vantage point in northern Israel, facing south, we have been able to see dozens of these apparent intercepts happening in the night sky above us. We have seen, we saw those intercept missiles going up in the air, and now we are seeing, as you're seeing one on our screen right now, coming down. They almost look like, fireworks that are breaking up or shooting stars of some sort. What I was also able to see earlier...
Wishing upon a star over here.
And I had seen videos of these explosions previously.
Wishing upon a warhead.
That arrow defense system that intercepts ballistic missiles in the first layers of space, and it creates a kind of explosion that looks, I don't know how else to say it other than it looks almost like a jellyfish of sorts. And that is coming from those intercepts that happen in the first layers of space by the Arrow missile defense system. And I saw multiple of those.
I.e. the Iron Dome.
The threat from Iran tonight
Iron Dome.
anticipated to be those ballistic missiles that fly at hypersonic speeds and that often fly at very high altitudes before coming down on their targets. And that's why Israel has that.
Let's get a more recent update from the Iranian side. Here is Al Jazeera reporting on Iran, warning Israel, don't retaliate. Take your comeuppance and don't do anything. This was retaliation for what you did. Was 200 were fired. It's unclear how many were intercepted or reached their targets. And he traveled over Jordan on their way. The U.S. says it took part in defending Israel from the barrage.
This attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. This was first and foremost the result of the professionalism of the IDF, but in no small part because of the skilled work of the U.S. military and meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack.
Israel has pretty much the best air defense network in the world. It is combat proven, it's multi-layered. Low-level attacks are going to be intercepted by Iron Dome. Medium-range stuff will be intercepted by Barak 8 missiles, which is the Israeli version of the Patriot, and it's actually better. And then the high-level stuff that's going to be coming over, like from Iran, like from elsewhere, will be intercepted by the Arrow series.
Iran said the attack was retaliation for Israeli assassinations of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Revolutionary Guard leaders. Iran's legal rationale and legitimate response to the terrorist acts of the Zionist regime has been duly carried out. This is according to the Iranian officials. Should the Zionist regime dare to respond or commit further acts of malevolence, a subsequent and crushing response will ensue. Israel has vowed to retaliate. We will protect our citizens of the state of Israel. The attack will have consequences. Place in a time that the IDF will decide, apparently. Yeah, protect them by escalating it further. The vice president and possible future president spoke about this attack earlier today.
So today, Iran launched approximately 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in a reckless and brazen attack. I condemn this attack unequivocally. I'm clear-eyed.
Hold on. She condemn.
Iran is a destabilizing, dangerous force in the Middle East.
That usually happens, and DJ Dub, you know this. I'm telling someone who liberal audio, they've got too much gain on their mic. UK Cowboy 2000. Look at that fucking avatar too. You're my new best friend. I already like you. Are you actually from the UK? Because the head mod of this channel is also from the UK. We'll pit you guys against each other.
And today's attack on Israel only further demonstrates.
Right one up, tip one back.
Earlier today,
Raven, good evening.
Situation room with President Biden and our national security team, as we monitored the attack in real time and ensured that the protection of U.S. personnel in the region is paramount. I fully support President Biden's order for the U.S. military to shoot down Iranian missiles targeting Israel.
I'm not that familiar with the UK, so, like, what is it, a ketamine party? Is it a lemon party? Is it a fucking the bath party? I don't know, my friend.
Just as we did in April. We are still assessing
lemon party.
But initial indications are that Israel, with our assistance, was able to defeat the
I can get on board with reform.
Our joint defenses have been effective, and this operation and successful cooperation saved many innocent lives. As I have said, I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist militias. My commitment to the security of Israel is unwavering. And let us be clear, Iran is not only a threat to Israel, Iran is also a threat.
I mean, I guess old Kamala over here.
In the region.
I don't really have a lot of options here, and don't really want Trump to be president again. I didn't fall out of no coconut tree.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Wait a minute, isn't the Reform Party their version of the Greens? No way! That's Nigel Farage's party? Why didn't you tell me that? I thought Reform was their Green equivalent. I thought that was the one Jeremy Corbyn's going over to. Well, never mind, my friend. You deserve a titty slap.
A titty slap! What the? Come on now.
American interests and innocent civilians across the region who suffer at the hands of Iran-based and backed terrorist proxies.
The fuck are you talking about?
To take whatever action is necessary to defend U.S. forces and interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. And we will continue to work with our allies and partners to disrupt Iran's aggressive behavior. And
Iran's aggressive behavior?
Thank you.
Madam Vice President, how do you prevent this from spilling over the...
President Trump called this potentially part of World War III.
Should they retaliate?
Insane! And Nigel Farage is a complete nonce, to use the British nomenclature. Yeah, my apologies. Sleepy Joe over here.
Come on, man.
What are they supposed to do about Russia and Israel? I don't understand. We've been supporting Ukraine. Trump doesn't want to support Ukraine. What are you talking about? If Trump gets back in, Russia won't be stopped. They will reunite the Soviet Union. They'll invade Poland next. What? Ooh. You want Russia stopped? I think you're on the wrong side, my friend. Let's do, we're gonna do C-SPAN calls here in 40 minutes. We're gonna do a little bit of news before we get to it. Let's do some crime stories. If you guys want, I will share it to you in the Discord. They had the pretrial conference for the sheriff that shot the judge in Letcher County. They played the video during the court appearance. I sent it to Clinically and Warlord. It's brutal. I can't play it on stream. It's very, very brutal. I can tell you that I watched the entire hearing. I was trying to get a sense of what the defense was going to try to argue. And 'cause once again, it's just a pretrial conference. So what this was the judge determining if there was enough evidence to send it to the grand jury. So there wasn't much, right? It was just all they did was the state played the video. It was like, there's your evidence. From what I gather, the defense's argument is going to be that it's not murder. They're going to try to plead it down to manslaughter or some sort of homicide, a lesser charge, because they're seeming to want to argue that whatever was on the phone that the sheriff looked at enraged him so badly that he wasn't in his right state of mind. Therefore, it couldn't be murder because it wasn't premeditated. That seems to be what they're going for, from what I can tell. Don't think that's going to be very successful, because if you watch the video, the sheriff starts to walk out. The judge is gasping and begging, and the floor is still. He walks back in, shoots him another 2 or 3 times. It's fucking brutal. I mean, absolutely brutal. And if I'm saying it's brutal, if I'm not willing to show it on stream, it's fucking brutal. Content warning for this next one. Prosecutors are outlining more allegations against Sean P. Diddy Combs.
Quickly, before we close here, about some specific instances without disclosing the victim's name. You probably know that depending on the age of the victim, you can file these cases, these individual cases, under Jane Doe or John Doe. Each state is different in that respect. Typically, there is a balancing test, like the public's right to know the name of the victim and plaintiff versus the confidentiality and the safety of the plaintiff. So we'll have to struggle with that with each one of these cases. Our intention, of course, is to, like we always do, file these cases under a pseudonym until the court tells us otherwise. But let me share with you a few, just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases and the kind of instances that people are calling and reporting that we are trying to corroborate, vet, and these are the ones that we've already corroborated, vetted, and collected evidence on. One individual who was 22 years at the time she was assaulted said that the typical MO at one of these parties that have been widely discussed in the press was that when you were handed a drink, and now we know that the drink is laced with something, if you refused to drink it, you were kicked out of the party. Now let that sink in for a minute. I mean, the admission to this party was that you had to drink the chosen drink that was handed to you, and now we know that in most cases.
And apparently Rosie O'Donnell declined the drink and was kicked out of the party.
I would say 90% of the cases, these individuals were drugged with some sort of drug. That was kind of the MO. Another instance, this individual who was 9 years old at the time was taken to an audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. Other boys were there to audition.
If you did not watch Live Music Monday with us last night, I thought it was going to be a Diddy-free night. We get to Mary J. Blige, and all of a sudden there's Diddy. He introduced her, and he's in the crowd. They cut to him multiple times.
As well, all of them were trying to land a record deal. All of them were minors. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio in the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal.
Was that Justin Bieber?
Another instance, another minor, told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but he needed to visit with him in private about it, away from his parents. Once they were in a private area, allegedly Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him. Another incident, an individual 15 years old at the time flown to New York City to attend a party, was drugged, and then taken into a private room, allegedly in the presence of Mr. Combs, where this female individual, minor, was raped, and then other individuals took turns raping her. Another individual, 26 at the time of the occurrence, was picked up allegedly by Mr. Combs and several other people in a black SUV from the airport, was given one drink in the SUV, and then literally woke up the next day not knowing what had happened, but with pain and damage to both her vagina and her anus, where she was then.
Oh, this is a civil case. This is 100 new lawsuits against P. Diddy. I thought this was new charges brought against him. No, this is 100 different new lawsuits being brought against P. Diddy.
She then went to the hospital. She was missing her underwear and her shoes. Another instance, the individual, this time not a minor, attended a group dinner, allegedly with Sean Combs in Miami. She wasn't drinking because she was pregnant, but whatever she drank at the table, apparently, at least according to her, was laced with something. She blacked out, and she woke up in the same bed, again allegedly, with Mr. Combs in his mansion in Miami. Her vagina and her anus were torn and sore. And I could go on. I mean, literally, you're sensing a theme here. It's the same theme, and it all involves some sort of drug. One instance, an individual who was 20 years old at the time was asked to attend, just saw her on the street, asked to attend a party in a hotel. She was flattered, went to the party, was given one drink and doesn't remember anything else. Ultimately, was so messed up, went to the hospital where they found cocaine and this horse tranquilizer in her blood system. I want to give you a quote from a very young man who told us over the phone about his experience and all the things that happened to him, he says, allegedly at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs and his friends in the effort to try to sign a record deal. This was kind of what he was told he would have to do.
Lenny, I didn't notice you redeemed Beanie Time. Oh shit. I gotta make a graphic for that.
Had he not been in power, I feel like I could have been something great. I quit the industry because of what Sean Combs did to me. And that's really what it comes down to.
I don't want to do Beanie during the debate. Glad I turned the air conditioner down. I was fucking sweating over here before. I'm not high enough for this shit. Since we're talking about sexual abuse, let's keep it going. This time, we're talking about the FBI and their sexual abuse scandal.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Didn't mean to hit that one. Sorry. Usually I reserve sexual anarchy for good sex. Sexual anarchy does not apply to sexual assault. That's just assault. Yeah, I don't have a graphic that pops up on screen for Beanie Time yet. I need to do that. Also, I'm going to make one to where you guys can switch the color of my bandana. You like that idea? You can have me don multiple colors throughout the show.
Back now with a look at the class action lawsuit against the FBI on sexual discrimination that's now led to a $22 million settlement with the Department of Justice.
The DOJ reached the settlement with 34 women who allege they were wrongfully singled out for dismissal from the FBI's training academy in Virginia because of their gender. The settlement comes 5 years after the women originally filed the lawsuit.
For more, we are joined by NBC News senior investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick. Sarah, good morning. So the settlement still subject to approval by a federal judge, but if it does get approved, would rank among the biggest lawsuit settlements in the history of the Bureau. Walk us through how we got to this point.
Absolutely. So this settlement is many, many years in the making. It started over 6 years ago.
Wait, hold on. The FBI has never had to pay out more than $22 million. That kind of seems sus to me. Of all the things I know the FBI has done, they've never had to pay out more than $22 million.
Over 6 years ago, when a small group of women from one class of FBI trainees were all dismissed, or many of them were dismissed under almost identical circumstances, and they decided that they needed to do something about it. They made spreadsheets, they collected documentation, and they worked really hard over time to convince dozens of other women to come forward with their stories of what they believed to be discrimination. And eventually they had enough evidence to file a class action lawsuit that demonstrated this was not just a pattern, but perhaps the norm. NBC News first broke this news in 2019, and that led to the Department of Justice Inspector General launching a pretty wide-ranging investigation, which independently found significant evidence of gender discrimination and other issues with how women were being treated at the FBI's training academy. For example, women accounted for 46% of all the trainees dismissed from the academy over a 5-year period, even though they represented just 25% of the entire group. But even after that report was released in 2022, it took 2 more years of litigation to finally come to a place where the FBI was willing to discuss a settlement, in part to prevent this case from going to trial.
So, I mean, Sarah, the payout will go to 34 women who are dismissed from the FBI's training academy, but that's not the only provision of this settlement. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. The hardest fought and perhaps the most significant aspect of this settlement was there an agreement that 2 outside experts are going to review the evaluation process and ensure that women and men do not face any discrimination, that it is truly fair for everyone going forward. The 34 women who were part of this lawsuit, they're also going to have the opportunity to continue training to become FBI agents if they want to. And if they pass, they're going to have guaranteed placement at one of their preferred field offices, which is a provision designed to prevent any kind of further discrimination or retaliation for coming forward with their stories and making this settlement possible.
What are we hearing from both the FBI and these women now?
So the FBI told us in a statement yesterday that their people are their greatest assets and that they have put in significant training, evaluations, that they've taken lots of steps to prevent this from happening again. And some of those steps have been made in this 5-year period. The women that we've spoken to, for some of them, this settlement comes too little too late. They've already had to move on to other careers, and they're never going to be able to go back and become agents. But for some of these women, they plan to go back and try again, and they hope that they will be able to fully become agents and that generations of women after this settlement will have that same opportunity.
Thanks for watching.
Shut up, Lester.
Breaking news.
Cowboy, my friend, what evidence do you have that it's not the best person for the job? Because here's what you have to understand is that women and minorities have traditionally been locked out a lot of positions and a lot of professions. So we have been depriving ourselves of the best people for the job because we've been discriminating against women and minorities. Do you see? Do you see how your thinking is ass backwards? Ducky, Princess Kimberly, good evening. You remember the lieutenant governor of North Carolina that we have been mocking for the last couple of weeks over his wild scandals? You want to hear from his wife?
After
losing most of his campaign staff, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson claims his campaign is stronger than ever.
Yeah, his wife Yolanda is appealing directly to voters today, while former President Donald Trump has declined to give a straight answer about whether
not the fake wife
his endorsement. Capitol reporter Michael Hyland is joining us now with a closer look.
This is the black Nazi. I'm sorry for not pointing that out. This is the black Nazi.
Michael.
Now, Robinson is still facing backlash for that CNN story where they reported on comments they say he made on a porn site. Tonight, he is back on the campaign trail, and his wife recorded a video urging voters not to turn on him.
Lord knows you've heard a lot of things about my husband, Mark.
Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson's wife, Yolanda, responding to the backlash from CNN's story last week in this video the campaign released. They reported on comments they say Robinson made on a porn site more than a decade ago, including calling himself a black Nazi.
Make no mistake, Josh Stein and his friends are attacking Mark to distract you from his record. While they are lying about Mark, he is out fighting for you.
Robinson returned to the campaign trail Friday, posting these pictures from Moore County, a cardboard cutout of former President Donald Trump behind him. But Trump has been nowhere near Robinson on his visits to the states.
Dude, Africa!
Broke. Trump declined to say if his endorsement still stands.
Are you going to pull your endorsement of Mark Robinson?
I don't know the situation.
I don't know the situation.
From the Republican Governors Association to help with advertising, Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein's campaign is continuing to hit the airwaves.
What Mark Robinson said is despicable.
This new ad released Friday once again puts the focus on Robinson's comments on abortion, making no mention of the CNN story, but it's affected the race. A new poll Friday from Meredith College that was taken last week found the gap between Stein and Robinson widened after the story broke compared to the days before that.
Trump handpicked Mark Robinson to be his nominee for governor for one simple reason. They share the same backward-looking vision for North Carolina and for our country.
Robinson told supporters in an event on X that his campaign is super motivated, but the campaign has not announced any new hires since the majority of the staff quit.
More like XXX, right? Aha!
Over the weekend. Live in Raleigh, Michael Hyland, CBS 17 News.
All right, Michael, thank you.
Me-Case. Ponder Monkey, good evening. Somebody else snuck in here on me, didn't they? Cicero, my friend. Lenny, did I tell you good evening? Somebody give Lenny a shout out. I missed you again, my friend. I swore I was going to see you. Curiouser had to come over and get some water. She's still without power. She came over to get water yesterday, and I ended up going back to bed after she left, and then this morning I slept until like 1 o'clock. Danny boy, welcome in, my friend. Good evening. We are about 20 minutes away from C-SPAN calls. We're going to take C-SPAN calls at the top of the hour. Princess Kimberly, I don't know if I told you good evening. We're going to take C-SPAN calls at the top of the hour. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. That's at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Before then, we're going to find out what that news be doing. Our buddy from the UK brought up the would-be Trump assassination. And here, like my friend, you're saying that you saw the Secret Service hearings and they said they had diversity targets. Why would just the existence of diversity targets indicate that the best person wasn't being hired for the job? That doesn't make any sense. You said you saw the way the Secret Service acted. We did too. We watched both of them. And the Secret Service did a really good job. Probably not in securing the perimeter, but I mean, it seems from the hearing, which I most certainly watched, it was a failure of local law enforcement, not so much Secret Service, but also they're kind of the ones in charge of it, but they're spread thin. It's not that big of a detail because he's not the president. There's a whole bunch of things going on. Buddy, I think you're just a fucking misogynist. Oh, 2 women fumbling for their gun. No, I didn't see that. That did not happen. I mean, what was blatant? DJ Dub giving out that gift sub to Cowboy. Love it. I don't know what was blatant exactly. Like, I fucking never assume malice where incompetence will do. And I say it every goddamn night on this show. Law enforcement is incompetent. Yeah, cops are incompetent. What do you want me to say? The one agent was blatantly female. Like, brother, you're trying to blame it on women. We watch fucking guy cops be incompetent every goddamn night on this show. Resonate, good evening. Yes, I do usually wear, if you'll notice for big events, I usually wear my Left is Best shirt. It's kind of like a virtue signal thing. So if somebody's flipping through, I did it as if you're flipping through the TV channels. If you're flipping through the Twitch channels and you see me, you're like, might give me a chance because you like Sam Cedar. Like, I swear, cowboy, man, just use your fucking head. Think logically about things. That's it. You people don't have critical thinking skills, and you want to jump to conclusions. Meat cakes, I don't know if I told you good evening. Well, there is one kind of cop that is a very good cop, and we always celebrate that here on this show. Here's one for you. The son of the second Trump assassination suspect was apparently caught on a security camera in Greensboro. He was arrested last week for some really wild charges.
While he was going out, the FBI stopped him and said, FBI, freeze.
Yeah, that is a sentence most people aren't used to hearing on a daily basis.
The son.
Exactly what a mechanic at a shop in Greensboro heard on Saturday.
Exclusive video you're about to see, shared with Fox 8 tonight, shows the moments the FBI arrested the son of Ryan Ruth, the man accused of attempting to assassinate former President Donald Trump while on his golf course in Florida. Orrin Ruth, now in custody.
Oh, the second guy. Yeah, the second guy.
Pornography and receipt of child pornography. Fox 8's Justin Lundy joining us live in the studio after finding that video for us and talking to people who saw him get arrested. And Justin, people were just going about their day. All of a sudden, agents come swarming.
Yeah, the mechanic I talked to said he saw the arrest and was surprised, but also said the undercover FBI agents in the video you're about to see have been around in the area for weeks. Take a look. Around 4 o'clock Monday afternoon, this security footage from a nearby mechanic business in Greensboro shows a man wearing a black hoodie walking up the gravel driveway of Van Wert Street and met by FBI agents with their guns drawn. The man with his hands up is Orrin Ruth. He's the son of Ryan Ruth, the man accused of attempting to assassinate former President Donald Trump on September 15th at his golf course in Florida. The CNA sheriff says he was one of the mechanics in this video working on a vehicle nearby.
I mean, you usually see that on TV. On the movies, but I actually saw that in real life, so that was actually cool to see, but it was also...
It's kind of cool to see.
Prior to Ruth's arrest, he had seen law enforcement officials camped out near his mechanic shop.
They were here for 1 week. They came the first time, they searched his house, and he was not here, so they just searched the house. They did a couple hours hanging around here, then they left. And then the next day again they came, they were around all night.
Federal documents say the FBI searched Orrin Ruth's apartment on Saturday. Investigators seized multiple electronic
bad dog
and hundreds of files of child sexual abuse.
No such thing.
He faces 2 charges of possessing and receiving child sexual abuse material. The day before FBI arrested Ruth, Greensboro police took him into custody on several drug charges, including possession of cocaine and ketamine. You can also see GPD officers assist the FBI in Orrin Ruth's arrest on Monday. Sheriff says he and his co-workers have seen Ruth around but have never had trouble with the man.
I mean, sometimes you do complain about the fact that we park our car right next to where he lives, so he complains.
No, see, I think it's a weird amalgamation that he's probably from somewhere in Africa and has his native tongue, like came over as a kid and has his native tongue, but has also been in Greensboro long enough to have a redneck accent too. That is why I had a friend in college who was Iranian, but he had been here long enough to have an East Tennessee accent, and that was wild.
I've never had trouble with the man.
I mean, sometimes you do complain about the fact that we park our car right next to where he lives, so he complains most of the time, but other than that, there has not been any trouble.
Orrin Ruth's father, Ryan Ruth, was indicted on Tuesday on charges that he attempted to assassinate a major presidential candidate.
He's got pretty hair.
There are currently no attorneys.
I'll give him that.
Orrin Ruth's in court documents. Michael?
Fucking wild. So we're about 15 minutes away from C-SPAN calls. We're taking C-SPAN calls at the top of the hour. If you're just joining us, we're doing the vice presidential debate at 9 p.m. Eastern. We're about an hour and 15 minutes away. And, of course, this is your debate central. If you like debates, come here. Follow the Troll Patrol. We're doing it. All this week, we got big debates. Tomorrow night is the Virginia Senate debate between Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine and Republican challenger Hung Cao. We've also got the North Dakota Senate debate between Republican incumbent Kevin Cramer, Democratic challenger Katrina Christensen. And also, this one's a big one. In Virginia, we're doing the Virginia 7th Congressional District. That's an open seat. Derek Anderson is the Republican in that race. He was busted for taking pictures with a family that's not his. He's going to be debating the brother of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, the famous from the perfect call that Donald Trump made. Eugene Vindman is the Democratic challenger in that race. That's tomorrow, so 3 debates tomorrow night. The Nebraska Senate debate, the Virginia Senate debate, and the Virginia 7th Congressional District debate, all tomorrow night. Then on Thursday, it is the Pennsylvania Senate debate between Democratic incumbent Bob Casey, Republican challenger David McCormick. So, big debates all this week. Of course, last night we did the Montana Senate debate. That was a lot of fun. Of course, you're here tonight for the vice presidential debate. It would be nice if Trump would do another debate. I would love that. Flipper Tag, good evening. Welcome in, everyone. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. If you are taking edibles, you might want to give it another 30 minutes if you want it to kick in right around the time that the debate is getting started. Here is Steve Kornacki for NBC breaking down what you can expect from tonight's debate.
Thank you. Let me go to Steve Kornacki, who's standing by for us at the big board. All right, Steve, so interesting to me when you look at sort of vice presidential debates overall and vice presidential candidates, and specifically these two, one of whom is the least popular vice presidential candidate since we started polling back in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, pretty close to it. You're talking about J.D. Vance there. Let's put in perspective the image of each candidate.
Even Republicans don't like him.
Back here at the last 10 elections. So that starts us in 1988. We move forward from there. And what you're seeing, you can see at the top of this list, in the 2000 election, remember, it was a really close one. Yeah. Joe Lieberman was the Democratic vice presidential candidate, Dick Cheney for the Republicans. And look at this, Lieberman 47 positive, 15 negative. That's a net 32-point positive. Cheney 49-17, net 32 positive. Together, the two
how in the world
liked vice presidential candidates that we've seen running at the same time. Now, you get down here and you get to Tim Walz. We're doing these in sort of reverse order here. And you get to Tim Walz tonight, and he is 40% positive and 33% negative. This is our most recent NBC poll. So that is a net positive rating for Tim Walz of 7 points. Now, we couldn't fit these all on one screen, so go with me here as we work our way back.
All right, page
and you
2.
get here, there's 2004, there's Kamala Harris in 2020 when she was Biden's running mate. There's Biden when he was Barack Obama's running mate. You see, he starts the ones Biden does in 2012 who are underwater, more negative than positive, 42 negative, 40 positive. And then that takes us to our final screen. These are the lowest numbers you're going to see, and you're going to find J.D. Vance right here, 32 positive, 54 negative, that is a 45 negative, excuse me. That's a 13-point negative net rating there for him. The only ones that are lower here, there's James Stockdale.
Cowboy, my friend, Jesus. How do you keep doing this shit, brother? Like, you have no critical thinking skills. That's the problem. We are able to take in information and understand biases and process it in context. You, my friend, I don't think you can. You are a perfect mark for propagandists. How am I just swallowing whatever they tell me? Because I'm watching Steve Kornacki break down the favorability ratings of vice presidential candidates. The fuck are you talking about, dude? You sound like a fucking moron.
See the eye, Perot's running mate, 1992. Now, the thing with Stockdale is most people just didn't have an opinion of him, but those who did, there it was. That's
moment from that
one of the most famous of all time. And then there's Quayle. This was when he was the incumbent vice president, Dan Quayle, in 1992. If you remember, he had the incident where he couldn't spell potato. He'd been lampooned during the 1988 campaign a lot. The Murphy Brown controversy in 1992. So he was Quayle, 26 positive, 56 negative, 30 points underwater. In terms of major party nominees in the modern times, that's the only one lower than Vance is right now.
Steve Kornacki, lots to follow there. Steve, thank you very much.
Thanks for watching.
Shut up, Lester.
Breaking news.
See, my friend, when you say something like, don't believe anything the mainstream media tells you, blah, 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 you're doing what's called a thought-canceling cliche. You don't have to engage with the information because you're like, it don't matter, blah, blah, blah. Because you want to preserve your own biases, don't you see? I want to be challenged. Because we probably watch more right-wing content than we do anything from the left on this show. That's probably the biggest flaw. That's probably what the chat will tell you is my biggest flaw. We don't watch a lot of leftist shit. Yeah, like all the MSNBC bullshit. We don't watch a lot of MSNBC, my friend. You've been here long enough to know that. Before we get to C-SPAN calls, I want to point out this happening in Mexico. To rage? What? What are you talking about? Would you like to have a conversation? We have about 20 minutes before C-SPAN will start actually taking calls. Would you like me to take a call? Because you can totally hop in here. You seem like you've got a lot on your mind, mate. 917-830-4359, or you can hop into the Discord. If you go to the Discord, please let me know and I will hop in there with you. Because you seem to have a lot that you want to say. I had a motherfucker show up on my YouTube earlier. And he was like, this video has 312 views. I went and looked. That's more views than he had. He was a YouTuber, apparently. He had many videos. And not a one of them got 312 views. That's what you're coming to my channel to try to mock me for my views. And you ain't got anything. GWO. Outnumbered? What do you mean outnumbered? It's just you and I. Call in and have a conversation with me. The fuck are you talking about outnumbered? Holy shit, dude. I love these people who want to run their cocksuckers in my chat, but don't want to actually man up, have the balls to have a conversation with me. You know why? Because you're fucking stupid. That's why. You can't call in and have an intelligent conversation with me. You just want to get in my chat and be a griefer, because right-wingers are morons.
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
You seem to have a lot of opinions. You're coming in here talking about fucking diversity and shit. You're making misogynistic comments in my chat. You're telling me about how Secret Service was a failure. Come the fuck on. Yes, every dumb fuck right-winger tells me they're not right-wing. It happens all the goddamn time. Because you're all fucking morons. You think you're some enlightened centrist that listens to everybody and makes your own decision. I'm an independent thinker. But you say the same goddamn thing every fucking right-winger says. Over and over and over again. You are a dumbass. Meanwhile, let's go to Mexico, where they have sworn in their first female president.
Today's other headlines with 3 new leaders. Hey,
GWO, I think we've got several right-wingers that come in here. CSW, Bagheera, 7 Heavy Steel, good evening, my friend. I have put together a channel that is welcoming of everybody, I do believe. I've got right-wingers that like to watch me. We've got liberals. We've got anarchists. We got sock dims. And we got fucking far leftists. We got communists in here. What the fuck are you talking about? I'll listen to everyone who thinks like me. The fuck? Who said that? That's called a straw man logical fallacy. I never fucking said that. You're arguing with something that nobody said because you're a dumb fuck. Anyway, historic day as Mexico has sworn in their first female president.
And we start the day's other headlines with 3 new world leaders stepping into the limelight, from France to Japan to Mexico, where the country's first ever female president was sworn in. Claudia Sheinbaum, a scientist and Mexican
Lord, good evening.
Mayor, officially kicked off her 6-year term after coasting to victory in June's elections. At Mexico's Congress, she vowed to continue the social policies of her predecessor and laid out what she herself brings to...
See, M. Lord, I take exception with you saying that you're right-wing on guns because being pro-gun is a very leftist position. Marx said any attempt to disarm the proletariat must be exhausted by any means necessary. Mao Zedong said change must come. Change must come through the barrel of a gun. Not through talking and not through waiting and sitting around and contemplating about the facts because we know what they are. So let Mao Zedong be your guiding star.
To the role.
Soy madre, abuela.
I am a mother, grandmother, scientist, and woman of faith, and as of today, by the will of the people of Mexico, the constitutional president of the United Mexican States.
Also today, Japan's parliament confirmed Shigeru Ishiba as the country's new prime minister. He immediately unveiled a new cabinet and pledged to maintain close ties with the U.S. while focusing on the economy. Ishiba also called for a snap parliamentary election for later this month. And the new prime minister of France, Michel Barnier, gave his first major address to parliament. The longtime conservative was heckled by angry lawmakers as he promised to cut that nation's debt. In North Carolina, election officials say they have their work cut out for them.
Boy, howdy.
Smooth vote in November following Hurricane Helene. Today, the executive director of the state's Board of Elections said that the destruction is unprecedented and this level of uncertainty this close to Election Day is daunting. She added that the storm closed 12 county election offices in the western part of the state, but no...
I cannot tell you how horrendous this is. You cannot access North Carolina still. I-26 from Tennessee into Asheville is going to be closed until at least December. I-40 from Chattanooga over to Asheville is going to be closed until at least September of 2025.
Voting equipment was damaged.
There is no way to get into North Carolina, Western North Carolina right now.
Breast cancer rates are on the rise.
I always fall for those news wrap headlines on PBS. And we're also tracking heavy activity in the Atlantic Ocean. 2 hurricanes currently forming. There is a problem system in the Gulf. Fortunately, it looks like the system in the Gulf is not going to be too catastrophic. It may turn into a Category 1 by the time it hits the coast and have mild rain as opposed to, a historic rainfall. Remember, this is expected to hit in about 5 or 6 days when floodwaters are still receding. More than 100 people dead.
These are desperate hours in the storm zone tonight. Now 4 days after making landfall in Florida, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene still inflicting maximum pain on communities in North Carolina and Tennessee. Many still cut off from power, running water, and communications. The death toll still rising by an NBC News count.
I have many friends who do not have internet. I have a handful of friends that don't have power. Curiouser still does not have power and probably won't this entire week.
121 people are now confirmed dead as a grim search is carried out for the many still unaccounted for. Much of the destruction centered on the city of Asheville. A Charlotte councilman volunteering in the Lake Lure Chimney Rock area posting these horrific images, what he could only describe as a post-apocalyptic landscape. So much left unrecognizable after the region was pummeled by floods, washing homes and neighborhoods away. Families short of so many things and beginning to grow short on patience, too. George Solis is in North Carolina for us tonight. George, how is the recovery?
More people have died. We don't know yet.
Lester, recovery efforts are ongoing, certainly not making things any easier. The rain, officials telling us they have received thousands of calls, but they've prioritized 150, trying to get to those people that are elderly and medically dependent. Tonight, Hurricane Helene has moved on, but left in its wake a trail of death and destruction. Officials in North Carolina say they were blinded by Helene's sheer intensity. Homes swept away, restaurants and shops torn to pieces. Communities cut off from clean water and electricity.
Once again, guys, I need to stress this. Asheville, North Carolina is about 300 miles from the nearest coast. Where I'm sitting is about 400 miles from the nearest coast. We're at an elevation of like 2,000 feet above sea level or more. We're in the mountains. We never expected to have a hurricane wipe us out,
leaving residents nowhere to go.
Shelters are at capacity. Those shelters only provide overnight lodging, food, and water. FEMA is not at these locations. This is basic necessities only.
Asheville, among the hardest hit, tonight remains largely cut off from relief, frustrating residents.
Nobody's going to help us.
I don't like them saying Asheville, the hardest hit. Like Newport, Tennessee hit harder. Irwin, Tennessee hit harder. So many little Blowing Rock, North Carolina. Boone, North Carolina. They're just saying Asheville as like a stand-in because it's the rich area.
I mean, I don't know what we're going to do.
Do you have any faith in the federal response here?
No.
Ricky and Devonna Brown's auto shop has been in this location for 30 years.
It's just devastating. I mean, it's just hard to see it. I mean, it's just hard to come and look at. You know what I mean? This is your whole life right here. And it's this old building to somebody, but to us, this is our life.
Drop-off of communication has left relatives of missing locals pleading with officials for information on their loved ones. What do you say to the residents who feel that the local and federal response wasn't fast enough following this storm?
So first, people are working around the clock. What we want to tell people is that more help is on the way and help is continuing.
In North Carolina, every single county has been impacted. The western part of the state by catastrophic flooding, the eastern half by heavy rains and tornadoes. Do you have the manpower right now to handle this response?
So this is a multi-federal agency response, which is why we're bringing in people from across the federal government.
FEMA says they'll deploy 1,200 first responders to the state to support relief efforts. Relief that can't come soon enough for towns like Boone, 2 hours north of Asheville, where mudslides rip through neighborhoods. 100 miles south, the river in Henderson County reached 30 feet.
Oh my God.
Smashing all previous flood records. Rivers and lakes jam with debris. Back in Asheville, residents don't know where to even begin.
It's a lot of work, destroyed a lot of things that I loved, of course, and my business and my job and my livelihood and all that. So, I don't know.
And George, what is the status of the communications right now in Asheville?
Lester,
still down.
Are only slowly starting to improve. There is better service here, and word tonight from the White House that the president will be in North Carolina on Wednesday. Lester?
All right, George Solis, thank you. In neighboring Tennessee, an agonizing wait for so many who have yet to hear from missing loved ones, and harrowing stories of those who made it to safety and those who did not. Priscilla Thompson is there. Priscilla, what challenges are crews facing now in this search effort?
Well, Lester, the challenge here is massive debris piles like this one as the search for the missing intensifies. Tonight, the floodwaters in Tennessee have receded, but the pain is still flowing for some families.
They are just desperate to find out where she is
where if she's been found, they just want news.
Rosa Andrade and Monica Hernandez Corona are among the 150 people still unaccounted for in Tennessee, officials say, after 3 agonizing days. Authorities say more than 100 responders are scouring debris, as today efforts shifted from rescues to recovery. They confirm only 3 storm-related deaths in the state so far.
They used everything they had to save life that day. Some were saved. We're still searching for some. We all have hopes that we will find some more alive.
Relatives say Rosa and Monica were working at Impact Plastics factory when the water began to rise, and that they got into the back of a semi-truck trying to escape. A man who says he was also on that truck posted this video online, showing water rushing by as cars and yellow pipes floated away.
Their family members were in the back of an 18-wheeler holding onto pipes, calling 911 for help. And that help didn't come.
In a statement, Impact Plastics says when the parking lot and service road began to flood, employees were dismissed, but that some remained, boarding a neighboring company's truck as the flooding intensified. That truck tipped over, Impact Plastics says. 5 people were rescued by helicopter, but 6 others were never found. We are devastated by the tragic loss of great employees, the company wrote. Loss made all the more painful by the wait for answers.
They are really grieving, and all that they really want is closure. They just want closure for their families.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Irwin, Tennessee.
This disaster is already having an impact on the presidential campaign, with former President Trump on the ground in the storm zone in Georgia, while Vice President Harris just spoke at FEMA headquarters in Washington. Garrett Hake now has that part of the story for us.
Tonight, former President Trump visiting the storm zone in Valdosta, Georgia, coming with Franklin Graham's aid group, bringing trucks loaded with supplies and fuel.
We're here today to stand in complete solidarity with the people of Georgia.
And hammering Vice President Harris for not being there herself.
Of course, the Vice President, she's...
Well, I do need to tell you guys that when the flooding happened at that plant, it was a bright, sunshiny day. The storm had already gone through. The flooding happened afterwards. As for how long that plant is about 10 minutes away from where I went to college. This is my hometown. We had about 2 days notice, but still didn't, once again, we're in the mountains. We're 400 miles away from the nearest coastline. This has never happened before. No one had any indication that this would happen. So it's wild. Okay, we are about 50 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. So you know what that means. It is time for C-SPAN calls. One of my favorite things in the world is C-SPAN calls.
Dana Ferguson covers politics for Minnesota Public Radio. Thank
good evening.
you for your time tonight.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, by the way, coming up here in our hour before this debate starts, we will talk to Ohio reporter about J.D. Vance as well. But let's get to calls first. Robin in Wisconsin, Democratic caller. Robin, what do you want to hear tonight from these candidates?
I'm really hoping to see the types of ways that they can complement who they are running with mainly, and basically what they plan to bring to the table alongside the presidential nominee that they're running with.
Do you think off the top tonight that they need to address the situation in the Middle East?
I think that would be a very good thing to do, because that's obviously something that's rising, and one thing that we should be finding out is basically what their plans are to handle that, because I don't think that's going to be going away anytime soon. By the time that whoever gets elected next, I don't think this conflict is going to be resolved by then. So I think it's important to lay out what their plan is to tackle this in the future.
And what do you want to hear about what sort of plan do you want one of these candidates to say?
In regards to the Middle East,
Correct.
Or just in general?
Yeah, Middle East.
Well, personally, I think we really need to engage in a ceasefire, because just what's going on over there is not good, and especially with how we're just basically continuing to allow it to happen. And I really, especially from Governor Walz, I really am hoping to hear if he has any just make it, stop happening.
Okay, Robin in Wisconsin, Democratic caller. We'll go to Chuck, who's an independent in Orland Park, Illinois. Chuck, good evening. What do you want to hear from the candidates tonight?
Oh, good evening, C-SPAN. Domestic issues.
Good evening.
I want to hear the plan to keep the country on financial track. I want to hear about job growth. I want to hear about to continue to produce oil and supply around the world, but also, lead in electric cars and things of that nature. The Middle East, I know, is a hot topic, but, unless you get all sides to sit down and discuss it, I don't know how you're going to solve it. So it's something that's going to take some time. Netanyahu, along with Iran and Hezbollah, have to want to come to the table and solve the problem also. And it's tough. I don't care who's going to take over. It's going to be a very, very difficult situation to try to contain and hopefully end.
Yeah, Chuck, you're an independent. Have you decided who you're voting for?
Yeah, I believe I'm going to vote for Harris Walz. I think they have proven themselves to be a middle-class person like myself. I feel that I could trust them with middle-class issues and building the country from the middle class out. I trust them.
Enough from the bottom up.
Picked the Minnesota governor help you with that perception that you have of them?
No, I didn't know any. I really didn't know any of the VP candidates except Buttigieg. But seeing him, listening to him, and tonight, I think he's just a regular guy like me.
Okay. Chuck there in Orland Park, Illinois. Peter's a Republican in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Hi, Peter.
Hi. So I'm really interested to see how these people lay out their policies. I'm really torn on who to vote for because I'm not really a J.D. Vance supporter. But I think if Harris...
We are going to move on from Peter. Let me show you the debate rules for tonight. This is what CBS has laid out.
Did you just get disconnected, or did he say something?
Between the candidates. There's 2 breaks in this 90 minutes. They're 4 minutes each. There's no audience, similar to the previous debates. Only moderators ask the questions, and candidates stand behind podiums. Governor Walz on stage left, screen right, and Senator Vance on stage right, screen left. Also, no props or pre-written notes are allowed. A pen, a pad of paper, and a water are provided to the candidates. No topics or questions have been shared in advance. Mics may be cut at moderator discretion. The lights will indicate time left with a countdown, a green until 15 seconds, solid yellow until 5 seconds, and flashing red at 5 seconds, solid red at 0. 2 minutes for answers and responses, 1 minute rebuttals. There will be 2-minute closing statements. A virtual coin toss was previously held, and Senator Vance won and elected to go second with his closing statement. And again, we will have live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Yeah, you want to go last on your closing statement.
Of the CBS vice presidential debate. Angela in Santa Monica, California, Democratic caller. Angela.
Hi, I'm going to be voting for Harris Walz, but I'd like to hear from Vance more about technology, because And here in California, technology is very important. We have, of course, Silicon Valley, but we also have a very large aerospace industry. And it's also important to agriculture. So I'd like to know, there's a sense that jobs will be lost because of automation and AI, but I'd like to hear from him how jobs might actually be produced by the high-tech industry, and any ideas that he and Trump may have for that, since he does have a background there. From Walls, I'd like to hear about the Dreamers and about education and the transition from high school to either occupational training or professional training, and what the government could do to make that more affordable.
All right,
Thank
Angela,
you.
with her thoughts in Santa Monica, California, Democratic caller. A couple text messages from our viewers. This is Bella in Texas. I am supporting Harris Walls, and I want Walls to answer the inevitable question that undecided voters will ask. How will the average American's lives change under their leadership, especially with possible...
I thought so too, Mox.
...programs? So she wants the moderators to ask that question. Paige...
But she seemed informed.
We'll be voting for Trump-Vance. I am voting with my paycheck and border security. Those are the issues important to those two viewers, and she wants the moderators...
Did it say from Ketchum? Where is Ketchum?
Questions. Nora O'Donnell is one of the moderators this evening, along with Margaret...
Idaho? Are you serious?
Joined CBS News in 20...
Jesus fucking Christ! Idaho, and they're voting on the border. Jesus fucking Christ, these people.
Thanks for having me. So I'm a Republican, and what I'm looking for tonight is J.D. Vance to ask the question that I definitely hear the Democratic view that Donald Trump he obviously canceled the bill that they were trying to pass in Congress. But once he did that, what's Harris going to do once he's elected that she hasn't done until now? We know Trump's going to shut the border with executive orders. The Democrats have never answered what they're going to actually do once they reach office.
Okay. That's your Republican caller there in Chicago. On your screen, by the way, is the spin room.
Remember that time that some Republican was like, "Oh yeah, what's Harris's proposal?" And like I ran down the tax credit for home buyers, the home buyers credit, and the tax credit for business owners, and like they were just like stunned that I actually knew policies.
We've already seen some pre-spin happening there. Supporters of the candidates.
Right-wingers are morons.
And the print reporters there. We expect to see them again post-debate. Some faces that you may see: Alabama Senator Katie Britt, Senator Tom Cotton.
So they're probably going to interview somebody here. I'm here for calls. We're going to take the calls. So whenever they do interviews, we're going to cut away. And we were talking about the flooding before we went to C-SPAN. This is a wild story. A man tried to pull a rescue mission out of South Carolina into North Carolina, but was threatened with arrest.
Remarkable stories of survival are now being shared days after Helene wreaked havoc in North Carolina. But one Pageland man's efforts to help are now the source of controversy. He flew his own chopper on his own dime to help stranded victims. But that man says he abandoned his rescue missions after a fire official threatened to have him thrown in jail. Well, that man now wants answers and turned to Queen City News chief investigator Jody Barr to help figure out what went wrong here.
Thank you, Dan Anomalous.
This is the original post that I was reading when I decided to go up and help.
Thanks, Dan.
It's a long post, but she's saying that her kids and family and animals are trapped. No way out, no supplies, and the only way in or out is accessible by helicopter. Limited cell service and no water since Friday morning. I thought I have a helicopter and maybe I can help.
Jordan Sidham piled food and water into his helicopter Saturday and headed up toward Banner Elk, the only way through a mountain gap in Lake Lure.
This is the mountain valley that you would have to fly to get to Black Mountain, where we were escorting people out. This is a mountain range, and this is a mountain range. The only place to fly through with bad visibility, low cloud coverage, is Lake Lure.
The cries for help from people stranded without food, water, or electricity hit social media soon after the flooding last Friday.
But my parents are stuck there. Their address is
Banner Elk. They are in the first condo. If you received this, please give me a call back. Thank you.
Sidham's phone started lighting up on Saturday with
AEW Golden Locks. Welcome. Thank you for being a freaking follower. If you are a wrestling fan, if that is a reference to the actual AEW promotion, you may not like me very much. That outlaw mud show bullshit. Jim Cornette ain't gonna like that.
people begging for help.
I mean, I could hear the desperation in her voice. This is multiple phone calls I've received like this, voicemails, text messages, and you could hear people desperate for help.
Sidham and his son rescued 4 people on Saturday and spent the night in a nearby pilot's lounge, then decided to fly again Sunday morning.
I spoke with my son, which is my co-pilot. I said, hey, do you want to go back out and try to help today? And his response was, there's so many messages, I don't think we can't not go help.
Sidham and his son were headed up to Black Mountain. Flight tracking shows no flight restrictions in place Saturday or Sunday morning when Sidham flew through the Lake Lure Gap. But that was all about to change. The Sidham spotted an older couple waving for help, then landed in what's left of their driveway.
Hey, I want you to let me get in. You step out and go out, help her in, put her bag in the back, get her strapped in. I'm going to take her down, come back. I'll take him, I'll come back, and then I'll get you, okay?
I originally left my son, co-pilot, on the side of the mountain. It was kind of unstable, so I didn't want to put more weight in the helicopter to lift back off. So I left my son with the other victim, and I was just going to take one person down at the time. And you could hear me in the video talking through with the victims and with my son what we were going to do.
3 minutes away, Sidham spotted a group of rescuers just down the river. He landed and found someone in charge.
Told him my background experience, law enforcement, firefighting, pilot. He immediately started helping with coordination. He gave me radio frequencies to coordinate with them on, set up a landing area for me to come back with the other victim. And in the middle of the whole conversation and then blocking the road off, I was greeted by the, at that time I didn't know, but Lake Lure fire chief or assistant chief maybe, and he shut down the whole operation. So at that point I felt like the conversation wasn't going any further, and again he asked me to leave, and I said, hey, I have no problem getting out of your area. If that's what you want us to do, we'll leave, no issue. At that point I asked him, what was the reason I had to leave them there, and he said, again, you're interfering with my operation. I just need you to get out of the area. I said, sir, I don't know where you were trained at, but I know how my training is, and I'm not going to leave personnel behind. I'm going back to get my co-pilot. He said, if you turn around and go back up the mountain, you're going to be arrested. I said, well, sir, I'm going.
Fucking wow.
I don't know what to tell you. And he said, I'm letting you know. And at that point, he waved for 2 law enforcement officers to come over and told me that again, if I go back up the mountain, I would be arrested.
He flew the 3-minute trip back, picked up his son, and left the woman's husband behind.
I'm sure he was flooded with emotions and trying to rescue other people, and I just felt that it was best at the time to leave. So I did follow his instructions, and I had a conversation with the female victim before I left, apologizing and explaining. She was standing there. She heard the whole conversation, and they were both very, very surprised, very upset. The husband, as I was leaving off of the side of the mountain, at that point, separated from his wife, he was upset. I can only imagine.
Sounds like the sheriff's a dick. No.
1,400 flight hours, turned his chopper around and headed back to South Carolina, passing people waving for help along the way.
As I was actually leaving to go back to get my son, the original chief or captain that I spoke to, his crew and himself, they came back over and said, hey man, we can't tell you to go get the victim. We can't even ask you to go get the victim, but we can tell you if you come back with the victim, we'll have you a designated landing spot, and they won't. We'll make sure they don't come over here.
So there was no flight restriction when you went in?
No flight restriction when I went in. It went in place 20 or 30 minutes after the confrontation with Mr.
You feel like that was coincidental, or do you think that was because of what happened?
I don't think it can be coincidental when there has not been one in place the day before doing rescue operations, the night of, the morning of, that took place after our altercation. I think there would have never been a TFR put in place had we not had that conversation. If I had to do it over again, I would have stopped and I would have rescued as many people until they decided they were going to arrest me.
Well, for now, we've chosen not to name that Lake Lure fire official because communications in and out of that town are still difficult. We want to include his side in this story, and if and when he responds to our messages, we will include that. The good news is I saw a video of a Coast Guard helicopter landing in Lake Lure this morning, so hopefully some of those mountain rescues are underway today. From Pageland, Jody Barr, Queen City News.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that, because usually I would say that the amateurs should stay out of the way, but we're talking a rescue effort that is way undermanned right now. So I don't know. Back to C-SPAN, we're going to get a clip from the debate that took place 2 years ago when Tim Ryan, we covered it right here on the Troll Patrol. If you want to go back and watch it, Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance, I actually posted it in the Discord earlier. Here's a little clip they're showing.
And with J.D. Vance from a previous debate on this issue.
You cannot say with total confidence what every single exception in every single case is going to be. And let me offer just a specific example here. So I know a lot of pro-life people. I know people who've been pro-life since before I was born. One of the things they will tell you is they support an exception in the case of incest, for example. I've heard a number of pro-life people say that. But an incest exception looks different at 3 weeks of pregnancy versus 39 weeks of pregnancy. So I actually don't think that you can say on a debate stage every single thing that you're going to vote for when it comes to an abortion piece of legislation. What I am willing to do, and what I think is a lot more helpful for voters who are actually listening to this, is to say, number one, what are my principles? My principles here are I want to save as many lives as possible, and I'd love to get us to a country where young women don't feel pressured by boyfriends, by family to have abortions, where adoption services are available, and where young women can get access to the health care that they need to have babies. That's some of the principles that I really care about. The other thing that I think is so important here is that there are specific pieces of legislation that I'm willing to talk about where, look, you talked about the Lindsey Graham bill. The Lindsey Graham bill protects babies who are 4 weeks and older, fully formed babies who can feel pain, and it provides reasonable exceptions. If you can't support legislation like that, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world.
So J.D. Vance, during a debate for his Senate seat that he currently holds, I want to show you the Minnesota governor who is running for that seat on the same topic of abortion. We'll come back and talk about it.
It was that post-birth thing.
I've trusted women to make their health care decisions. I don't believe anybody who sits in this office should come between them. Scott was very clear in May. He mocked me and said, no kidding, Sherlock, I'm running for governor to get things done. We're going to ban abortion. That's not news. That changed after Roe versus Wade. And I think what most of us know, again, you heard this go to many different places. This is not about trusting women. It's not about holding clear convictions. It's about changing your positions as the winds blow. This is about life and death. This is about providers making the most personal decisions with a woman with nobody else in between them. I've made it very clear in every single thing I've done. I didn't have to practice 40 years of medicine to change the positions on women's health care in the final weeks once we saw how unpopular this was. So what I'd speak to Minnesotans on this, being governor means making hard decisions. Doesn't mean you're always going to get them right, but it means trusting Minnesotans. So let's just be very clear. The governors appoint Supreme Court justices who interpret cases and come in front of them. We heard Supreme.
Oh, the debate hasn't started yet, Mitochondria.
Senate.
This is from 2002.
No way Roe versus Wade would.
You are early.
Change.
We got 30 more minutes.
Law. Well, fool us once. It's not going to happen here in Minnesota. I just want to be absolutely clear. This is on the ballot. It will impact generations to come, and I have been absolutely clear from the beginning of this. Not on our watch. I trust women. I trust them to make their own health care decisions.
Damn, he's good.
Ben Both, how would you...
I don't give a shit what Ben has to say. Let's get back to calls, C-SPAN.
You're welcome. Thanks, Greta.
And as Mr. Voth was saying, the preparations by J.D. Vance ahead of tonight were done with the majority whip.
Jam 7.
Tom Emmer.
What an idiot. Tim Walz is a pedo? What?
Debate prep. Most of the preparations for the
what?
debate have taken
Where did
place
that come
at the
from?
senator's home in Ohio. And Representative Emmer serving his 5th term for Minnesota's 6th district. So from Minnesota. impersonating Walz in that debate prep. And before serving in the U.S. Congress, he served in Minnesota's House of Representatives from 2004 to 2000.
God, right-wingers, they're just crazy.
Back to our conversation with all of you. Ralph.
Welcome in, everyone. We are 30 minutes away from the vice presidential debate.
Good evening. I'm a UAW worker from upstate New York, and workers spend a third of their time in the workplace of the day. And I like the candidates to talk about the PRO Act S-567 that's been voted out of the Senate Labor Committee, just sitting there waiting for a vote in the Senate. The second bill is Raise the Wage Act. I don't have a bill number on that, but it has a provision in it that tip workers will actually
like this guy,
wages, so they'll be on par with other minimum wage workers. And the third bill on civil rights, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, because we do need some federal oversight over the elections.
Damn right we do.
The three bills I want them to talk about.
All right, very good, Ralph.
DOJ suing Alabama for illegally purging voters, by the way.
JD.
Good evening.
Good evening, JD. What do you want to hear from the candidates?
I've got 4 points that I need to hear from them to know exactly which way I'm going to vote. First is going to be the catchphrase is sustainable agriculture. I want to know exactly what they're going to do to help continue the agriculture that we now have and develop agriculture in the future. In this area, the immigration issue is beyond just something people talk about. You have to suffer with it. I'd like to know.
Well, at least he's in New Mexico.
One of the candidates is going to continue to promote the petroleum industry. Green energy is something we have to have, no two ways around it. But we can't abandon petroleum energy. And then finally, the military needs to be supported. The old saying is that politicians make poor warriors and warriors make poor politicians. Whenever we have to get into a conflict, I want to be sure that whichever these candidates...
Oh, no, Eisenhower was a good general and a good politician.
All right, JD, thoughts there in New Mexico. We're going to go to the spin room in New York City. The Illinois governor, Governor Pritzker, talking to reporters there in support of Governor Walz.
What are they doing in these final 35 days? They don't want to be interviewed. They don't want to get their message out. And I got to ask, what is it that they're afraid of? What is it that Donald Trump is afraid of that he won't debate and won't go on 60 Minutes?
Governor, what would you like to see tonight at the debates from Tim Walz? Because we say he's a great communicator, maybe not as good debater. What do you say to those criticisms?
Again, this is a...
Yeah, let's go over what Pritzker is talking about there. As a cutaway again to try to cover some news. In just the last couple of hours, Trump has declined to debate Harris yet again on October 7th. It's just going to be a town hall with Harris.
60 Minutes has just announced a primetime election special, which will air Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern. For more than half a century, 60 Minutes has invited the Democratic and Republican tickets to appear on our broadcast as Americans head to the polls. This year, both the Harris and Trump campaigns agreed to sit down with the program initially. Vice President Harris will speak with correspondent Bill Whitaker. After initially accepting 60 Minutes' request for an interview with Scott Pelley, former President Trump's campaign has decided not to participate. Our original invitation to former President Donald Trump to be interviewed on 60 Minutes.
No second debate.
The special 60 Minutes airs Monday, October 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern. I want to go back to Caitlin Huey-Burns and Ed O'Keefe in the spin room. Caitlin, Trump's pulled out of the 60 Minutes interview. Why?
Well, Lindsay, I think it's really interesting because over the past couple of months, the Trump campaign has been attacking Kamala Harris for not doing as many interviews like this, not doing as many press conferences and not sitting down with mainstream outlets. And this, I think, Ed, is significant then, that the former president has declined after initially accepting. I think that really cuts into that argument that the Trump campaign is trying to make. If Kamala Harris is going to sit down with 60 Minutes, as Lindsay mentioned, a half a century long tradition. Yeah. And it's notable, too, I was thinking back to last cycle when Donald Trump did sit down with Leslie Stahl in 60 Minutes and walked out of the interview. That was a moment. So the idea of having agreed to the interview and pulling out, I think, raises some questions about, why and what advantage that might give to Harris.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the moment back in October 2020 when he walked out on Leslie Stahl at the White House. And again, we should reiterate.
We're totally watching that here on the Troll Patrol.
To appear on the program still stands.
With far less people.
If it's agreed to, would be conducted by Scott Pelley this time. But notable.
There's like 5 people watching me at this point in time in 2020.
Who's such a fan of broadcast television, the power of it and the popularity of programs like 60 Minutes, would decline the invitation. We don't officially know why he's declined. We'll have to wait and see if he weighs in on this later tonight or at some point on social media. But notable that he would not agree to that for whatever reason, at least at this moment. We know he's on the campaign trail over the next several days, making stops tonight in Wisconsin, going to Butler, Pennsylvania, right? The scene of the first assassination attempt on Saturday. So there are.
Is he going back to the same place?
Out there with him, should he agree to allow 60 Minutes to do it? And we should point out, Lindsay, our colleagues at 60 Minutes take these interviews incredibly seriously. They spend a lot of time preparing for them. Preparing questions for them. We saw, for example, Mitt Romney and Barack Obama do this back in 2012. We had Joe Biden and Donald Trump do it just 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in 2016. Previous to that, the program has often gotten the first interview with a ticket, whether it's Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan or...
Yes. I'm going to stop you from jacking yourself off. I'm done with it. Let's go back to C-SPAN calls.
Right now, in a conversation with all of you, what do you want to hear from these candidates? What issues should they address? Shirley in Greenfield, Tennessee, Republican. Hi, Shirley.
Hi, Greta. Thank you for taking my call. You know, I am a Republican, but I'm also an American. And what I'm really wanting to hear is, instead of, polarizing, combative attitudes, I'm really wanting to hear. Sorry, my cats were playing.
Totally cool.
They're so goofy. I'm really wanting to hear
Go Kitty.
Sincerity, and I want to hear both candidates speak, understanding now if they take on the role as a vice president, they are taking on an enormous responsibility, trusted by the American people, to keep us safe from wars, to work on our economy to keep it right.
You know what the vice president does, ma'am?
Government out of people's personal business and just do their job. And it just seems like election after election, the polarization is getting so bad. It's almost like the American people are, the children of divorced parents. You just got them both fighting, and we're the ones paying for it. So I really want to hear sincerity, and I certainly want to hear specific plans on what they're going to do to make our lives better. I want them to remember that they actually work for us because taxpayers pay their check. My nephew is getting ready to deploy over this latest thing with Iran. And for a free country, we just don't feel very free.
All right, Shirley in Tennessee. Cynthia in Seattle, Democratic caller.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Thank you for taking my call. I would like to hear the candidates speak about civil liberties. The First Amendment and our right to privacy are very important to me, and I would like to hear them address that. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, Cynthia, thanks for calling in. More calls coming up. But first, we want to hear from David Dwight, who is the Ohio Capitol Journal editor, to talk about Senator J.D. Vance.
I'm kind of confused as to what her point was, but she was nice. Let's check in Georgia with the insane story of the biolab that caught fire. I think this is going to be a much bigger deal than we initially thought. They're evacuating towns. Who knows what's going to happen with the air quality, but apparently the class action lawsuits already flying.
You can't imagine tonight, folks. There are multiple law firms who are filing class action lawsuits seeking compensation for people impacted by this fire over my shoulder here. So that includes Stewart Millers and Simmons in downtown Atlanta. 11 Alive investigative reporter Savannah Levins is live outside their office right now. So Savannah, can you break down what people need to know?
Yeah, Ron. Well, we have identified 3 federal class action lawsuits that have been filed today on behalf of impacted residents. And just within the last hour, I saw a few civil lawsuits come down as well. Today, I spoke with the attorneys representing those folks, as well as people who live near the plant who say they are already feeling the health and financial impacts.
It never should have happened. I never thought that I would see the day that Georgia is on fire.
A series of law firms today announcing they're filing class action lawsuits against the 2 companies connected to the Biolab chemical plant fire in Conyers. Attorneys saying while it's too early to know the full scale of potential health impacts.
The reporter was in Atlanta. This is in Conyers. They're worried that it could contaminate the air in Atlanta.
Ready to sue on behalf of residents who have suffered immediate losses.
You might have been standing downwind from it.
It's nothing but chlorine, like straight bleach.
Brianna Davidson lives 2 miles from Biolab, speaking to us via Zoom as she's sheltered in her home.
Even now, almost 3 days later, I'm still tasting and smelling bleach. And my chest is still hurting. It's extremely hard for us to go out and go to work.
The lawsuits filed focus on those immediate losses, including property damage, remediation and cleanup costs, lost profits, diminished property value, emotional distress, business interruption, and initial exposure to hazardous chemicals.
There were massive chunks of debris that have fallen to the ground in our yard, throughout our pastures.
Erin Goldstein is also sheltering inside after evacuating her 13-acre farm in Conyers with animals in tow. She says her family and neighbors in the agricultural area are already out of pocket thousands of dollars and unsure how to clean up the debris on their properties.
Some look spongy. Some looks like it had a plastic coating on it and then fibrous underneath. If we have a contaminated pasture, who do we get that answer from? Who's going to bear that expense in an already struggling economy?
Aaron and Brianna tell me they're frustrated too over.
So they apparently had lifted the shelter-in-place order at 8 p.m. last night, but put it back in place at 4 a.m. this morning.
A lack of communication, especially with this debris in their yards. They have no idea what it is and no idea how to clean it up. By the way, the attorneys I spoke with here today tell me if you believe you have suffered damages, make sure to take photos, keep your receipts for anything you have to pay for out of pocket as a result of evacuations or maybe fixing up your home, and also keep track of your medical records. Reporting live in downtown Atlanta, Savannah Levins, 11 Alive News.
Mary Jane, you're talking about the EPA, but we're the EPA is usually pretty good in these instances. It's usually the state agencies that are the dicks. Once again, in Ohio, it was the state that was lying. The federal EPA actually came down on them. The color of the cloud still just blows my mind. We are about 17 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. Back to C-SPAN calls.
Texas Independent, Brandon. What do you want?
The state EPA, Mary Jane.
I just want to sum up my ideas in one quick sentence.
They locked out the federal agency.
Neighbors to be able to defend their marijuana plants with a fully automatic AR-15 if they want to.
Oh, goddamn.
I think the Second Amendment conversation has not been had, and my possible vote for Harris is more of a protest vote for Trump. Regardless, neither of them really stand for 2A rights as much as I would like them to. That said, one thing that would help me vote for Harris more would be if she flopped back to whatever stance she has allowing for 2A rights and actually meant it. It's a shame that I have to pay $200 a tax stamp just for a safety device like a silencer. So those kinds of things are things that are on my mind.
Okay. Sylvia in San
You shouldn't be allowed to buy silencers.
Good evening, Sylvia.
Hi. I'm so excited. I am voting for Vice President Harris and her a nominee for vice president. And I have really strong convictions. I was born and raised in California. And over the few years that she's been vice president and so forth and so on, I've had people tell me from both sides, but I feel like I know her, and she's a Christian. I truly believe that her and her...
That's a parasocial relationship with a politician. Don't do that shit.
You were happy.
Yes, Mox, you do not know her.
Minnesota governor.
Yes. Yes, I am.
What does he bring to the table?
He's down to earth. He is very sincere. She's also very sincere. And I was raised very poorly, but we had a roof over our head. We had food on the table. My dad was a steady worker, hard worker, and my mom was as well. And all I can say is that I really believe in the two of them, and I feel it's a better thing for the United States. Trump and his nominee for vice president.
That's what she's saying, isn't it, Mary Jane?
Okay, Sylvia, I'm going to move on and get Eli in, who's in Vickery, Ohio, Republican. Eli.
Hi, I'm a 19-year-old college student from Ohio, and I'm a Republican. I'm a Reagan and Bush Republican, and I'd like to get back to those days. I'm very concerned with our vice presidential nominee, Senator Vance. I'm an Ohioan. I personally don't...
Sorry, Reagan's worse than Trump.
Why not?
I'm more concerned about his foreign policy. I don't know if you saw today, but Iran striked against Israel, and Vance is
15 minutes away.
Shaky stance and standing against foreign dictators like Iran and Russia, and I think that's very concerning. So I'd love him to kind of reassure the American people of our job to defend democracy globally.
Yeah, Eli, we talked about it, at the top here of the hour when we started this evening. Do you think that issue needs to be addressed right away by the moderators? The first question, which is the intensifying situation in the Middle East.
100%. It's very scary what's going on over there.
Eli's thoughts there in Ohio. Basil's an independent in Ohio as well. You are in North Olmsted, Ohio. Go ahead.
Yes, I am going to be 94 years old, and I've come to the conclusion no matter which party is in office, it's the owners of the Federal Reserve Bank that control this country, have always controlled this country, and always will as long as the banking system is not in the hands of the government.
All righty.
Oh!
Earlier, we heard from Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker. He was in the spin room in New York City.
Went the other way with it. It was indeed based.
We've been showing you it all evening, and he was talking in...
This is my new name. Welcome in.
Wells ticket. Jason Miller, who is a Trump campaign senior advisor...
Nationalize the banking system.
...cameras earlier this evening, and here's what he had to say.
It's important. People are voting. And especially,
happy birthday to Jimmy Carter. He's got 14 more days.
We see, look at what's going on.
Dying wishes to vote for Kamala Harris.
On Israel.
Early voting in Georgia starts on October 15th.
Chaos with Hamas. You look at what
I'm rooting him on.
China's doing with making noise against Taiwan. You look at the chaos at our southern border. People are having to decide between groceries.
Motherfucker's going to end up outliving all of us.
The country's not going in the right direction. People want to change, so they're looking, saying, who can make my life better? And I think that's one of the things where we too often will take a look at this and view it very much through the political lens. You'll have people at home tonight.
You guys want to watch a car chase real fast before we start the debate? Because I got a short one.
I need someone to help me turn my life around, to give us some aspect of hope.
Is it's his 100th birthday?
Hope. They don't think things are ever going to get better. And so they're looking for someone who's going to help champion that to make their...
This is Jason Miller, a complete fucking ghoul.
We're 35 days or so away from the election. There are all of those weighty issues that you just laid out. But we're not hearing from Harris, the Democratic nominee, and we're not hearing from Trump during a debate. It's not the top of the tickets who are meeting to have the last word.
Total ghoul. That was a good question. I kind of wanted to hear the answer to that. I'm sorry I cut away, but I really wanted to get this car chase in. This was just a few hours ago in L.A.
Cool. There he is.
Motherfucker.
Got him finally. Jeez, oh Pete. Okay, he's on Imperial.
Come on, Chris. Don't get exasperated.
Oh gosh, are you kidding me?
He's running.
Stay here, stay here, stay here. Stay here, stay here.
Torchy nailed it. Well, we didn't get much of a car chase.
Can you go a little north? I need to go just a little north. Just a little north. Just a little north. Okay, never mind. They came around the corner. My God, these guys can run. All right, I don't know where they're. Yep, they're coming. They're still coming towards us. He lost his buddies.
What are they doing?
All right, they're all splitting up now. I'm going to stay with this guy.
I'm going to stay with this guy.
There they are. They're coming out the other side.
Yeah, they should absolutely split up. Go completely different directions. He's just going to act like nothing happened. Oh, he's taking his hoodie off. Smart move, but you should have done it when you weren't.
They're all splitting up.
When you were behind the apartment building.
I'm staying on him.
Oh, you get thrown in the dumpster.
But you got to move, though. I mean, if I lose him behind a building.
Oh, God. I love that Chris Christie's like me. It's like trying to give him advice.
Yep.
Was it a Red Hot Chili Peppers hoodie? Is that what that was?
Oh, see, that's the thing. I'm going to lose him behind a building.
That's where he should have pulled his hoodie off.
There he is.
Tossed his cell phone.
He just tossed. No, he just tossed something else.
Look at his phone.
He threw it at a blue car.
Comment. We're about 10 minutes away from the vice presidential debate. We might get a couple more C-SPAN calls in.
Come on, you can move like 5 feet, 10 feet to the north, right? There he goes. Is he walking up to cops? It looks like he's
walking. Yeah, just walk up to him. Act like nothing happened.
Back towards us. Oh, no, there he is.
Oh, he just gave up. Seriously? After all that?
The driver. Pardon me? 115 in Zamora. This is Willowbrook. The Watts area.
Well, he was smart about ditching his hoodie.
Hang on.
He just did it in the wrong spot.
Hang on.
They did eventually split up.
It was this blue car? I think he threw something at this car.
It looked like a cell phone to me. It could have been a gun.
No, I can't say for sure, but I think that's where he tossed it. He tossed something over there. Oh, there's an officer running over there. No, or not.
You don't know what's going on. Also, if you call that running, very charitable to call that running.
Well, that was exciting. Now we need fuel.
Now we need fuel.
I don't know. Whatever you want to do. I don't even know what time it is.
Seriously, I should be on one of these helicopters.
That was upsetting.
Can you imagine me up there talking about eye pussies? Telling everyone light one up, tip one back while we're watching this chase. Let's go back to C-SPAN. We'll get a couple more calls in.
College student. This is my first presidential election. And I want to hear about education issues, especially with the price of college. In Minnesota, Governor Walz helped make state university tuition free for families that made under $80,000.
Mox, I have to correct you. CNN domestic.
Free for all K-12 students.
CNN International does an amazing job, and Christian Amanpour deserves to be praised.
I want to hear about those in the debate tonight. But bottom line is he's been a fantastic governor. I think he'll be a great vice president. Minnesota's already given the country 2 vice presidents in Hubert Humphrey and Walter Mondale. And Tim Walz will be an incredible...
Hi, comment. Thank you for the resub.
Nick, what do you think he brings to the...
I love having you on here. Mary Jane, it's true. We watched Christian Amanpour the other day, and it was fantastic reporting.
No, plenty of guys in Minnesota who are just like Tim Walz. I would be happy with any of them as vice president, and I'm happy that Tim Walz has a good shot at being them.
Do you want him to remain...
I love you guys, but sometimes you're too cynical about things.
Push progressive...
Give credit where credit is due.
Or do you...
We do watch Democracy Now!
...him and the vice president to come to the center?
I mean...
Back like you're not here every night.
He's always been a moderate. I mean, he won in a red district in southern Minnesota. And I think it's a misnomer when progressive policy issues are just policy issues that help.
First of all, I can't tell you about CNN because I don't fucking watch it.
Then I'd love for that.
I don't watch cable news. Tell people not to watch cable news to begin with. But we watched Christian Amanpour the other night, and it was fantastic reporting.
I'd just like to get what they're talking about, what they're going to do with the border crossing.
It was like Sunday or Thursday or something like that.
The abortions topic.
I even said I was surprised at how good it was.
In Missouri, we are just a few minutes out here. Jim, Washington, D.C., Independent. Jim, this debate will get underway at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And what do you want to hear? Jim, you there? An Independent in Washington, D.C.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm missing?
All right, let me move on to Blaine, who's in Arlington Heights.
Who do you think you're talking to?
What
the hell?
Foreign policy, what their stance is on Ukraine. Are we going to reinforce NATO or side with Russia? I want to know what's going on, of course, in the Middle East as well. And back to foreign policies, abortion, union rights, the rights of workers. What are they going to do to defend the middle class? And the contrast between the two.
All right. Blaine's thoughts. Craig is in Northport, Florida, a Republican. Craig, go ahead.
Hello. I'd like to hear on tonight's debate some clarification on the migration acts, the temporary migration acts, and what's going to be done to curb the illegal immigration. I'd also like to see if Senator Walz...
Does infotainment count, Justin, for cable news?
Give us a story about the middle class.
I mean, that's mainly what we use cable news for, isn't it? Infotainment.
Vote in November?
Oh, absolutely. I am voting Republican this year.
Okay. And what is the number one issue for you that you're going to vote Republican?
The number one issue is illegal immigration and the economy. So
in Florida,
honestly.
Okay. And why do you think the former president will do a better job on those two issues?
Well, he was already in office for 4 years, and he proved that he can keep a stable economy, and we actually had some great progress with the economy under Trump, so I think that's why I'm voting for him.
And how do you think J.D. Vance helps the ticket on issues like that?
Well, I think
he's a fascist,
down-to-earth, grassroots-esque candidate who can relate to the middle class and the middle upper class, and so I think that's how he bridges the gap.
Okay. Eric in Bridgeville, Pennsylvania, Democratic caller.
As far, I don't know. The megalomania that JD is...
His demagoguery is effective.
Just a few years ago, what he says now, it's truly terrifying. So that's what I hope Tim Walz asks about. Where's the sense of decency? Thank you.
All right, Eric there. In Pennsylvania, we'll go to the senator's home state. Rick is in Dayton, Ohio, independent. Hi, Rick.
Hi, how are you?
Ripstream, what?
My main concern is healthcare and why medical bankruptcy is unique in America.
What happened?
When every other country in the world offers guaranteed healthcare to their citizens. And I would love to hear both candidates discuss that, how it's going to be resolved, because so many people, as they enter near retirement and beyond, they save their whole lives.
At no point in time
Sick, and as you get older,
did I get any indication that we weren't on stream.
And why people have to choose between death and bankruptcy when it comes to our health system. I think it's horrible. So that needs to be addressed.
All right, Rick wants to hear about health care tonight.
Huh.
Brandon, in Indiana, Republican. Brandon, what do you want to hear?
I'm not muted, Flash.
I want to hear why Tim, they call him Tampon Tim, why he wants to put tampons in boys' bathrooms and little boys.
Oh my God, that's not even true.
I also want to let you know, since I have it, the New World Order is on the run.
All right.
For life.
In Earlysville, Virginia, Democratic debate. That's all here on the C-SPAN networks following tonight's debate.
Get ready, guys. It's time.
Just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote.
I one up, tip one back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together. We're to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters.
DJ Dub, thank you for the resub.
America Decides, the Vice President.
Yeah, I've got stiff competition tonight, so thank you guys for joining me.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight.
As always, I'll try to lay out as much as possible.
We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond.
Thoughtful and civil is not what we came for.
Rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened.
Wait, no opening statement?
It the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look,
Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to.
That's not really right.
Thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government.
You're not from here.
I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing. We're doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity.
Katie does this weird,
the governor mentioned that
glare at him while he's talking.
Climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's
now Walz is doing a stare down.
Will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid
asylum fraud.
Clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fixed this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it.
Is that true?
And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. Look, I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status. Temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership.
Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning?
And says that Trump's will by like $7 trillion.
And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right increasing that to 50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all?
I was off by $1 trillion. I'm sorry.
The deficit. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford afford to live the American dream again.
GDP growth was higher under both Obama and Biden.
Paying the bills, it's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off...
Yeah, economists are full of shit.
They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
Huh?
But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that,
what is the claim?
Explain the discrepancy.
Just, all I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing And you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible.
I'm amazed it took that long to bring that up.
And limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions. Let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense.
I think the voters even in red states disagree that
sometimes a very
should have been overturned
and divided country.
They're proving it.
Respond and also answer the question about restrictions.
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or
what?
That is fundamentally barbaric, and that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've
fundamentally not a thing.
Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will, because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
First things first, I am sorry about internet issues. They seem to be easing. The first time I have ever had this happen since I've been here, because I have fiber optic internet. I don't know what's going on. It's acting like I don't have fiber optic internet. It's being very weird. It's bouncing back and forth. I fixed it by turning down the bit rate of the stream. And then you guys were able to actually watch. So I have no idea why it's doing that. I don't even know how that's possible. I didn't know that you could have your bit rate fluctuate when you have fiber optic. It has been most of the time. It usually is top notch all the fucking time. I don't know what's happening, so my apologies. So far with the debate, yes, Walz did seem nervous at first. Also, the questions that they came out with, the very first question was foreign policy. There was another question in between it and immigration. So definitely starting off with topics that are not the Democrats' strongest. But Walz definitely got his footing. What? J.D. Vance called him Waltz. Waltz. What? Where did that come from? This is weird to me. Also, I need to take a pee-pee and I need to get high, so hey, enjoy the song. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news beat doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's he's a formidable voice in the call.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quick panic attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops up, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey, Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Right-wingers are morons.
Light one it and hit one back. One more click before we hit the set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but he takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for Justin Freakin.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm Justin Freakin.
Not high enough for this shit.
Everyone should try to pick out all the instances of media winch appearing in that video.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate.
Some are hidden.
I want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak.
Nope, if he steals it, then it wasn't secured properly.
And our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is just your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far.
I don't. I bet he's a sociopath.
I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, Do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where...
Did he say he became friends with school shooters?
Pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million
people in the
United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but
oh my God,
goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again,
and
you have the facts. I guess
prices.
we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything.
No study, just comments from the Fed chair.
They have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans.
The Fed listed a lot of issues and said, yeah, immigrants may contribute to a tighter housing market. That's what he's citing.
Was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. It's very simple common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years.
You mean under Obamacare?
I'm going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before.
Yes, he was in Congress when Obamacare was passed.
Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was...
The court knocked down the mandate.
And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. What? We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that...
You heard it. J.D. Vance is pro-choice.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
I didn't understand any of that, but you know, numbers.
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the
leaving out a lot
come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue.
Leaders
to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, A group gathered on the state capitol
They smeared shit on the walls
and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Stolador.
Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for
no, we didn't.
In this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to.
Nobody wants your help.
For years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris save Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in
by a resounding margin.
Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, That's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Well, what do you guys think? Not as contentious as it got in the first half. It has been over 90 minutes. Getting closer to 2 hours, actually. I'm totally fine with. Remember, we're going to take C-SPAN calls afterwards. You know what? I'm going to try to call into C-SPAN. It's good promotion. We had a couple people that followed the channel last time I called in. Because I said that I was on stream, and they let me plug my show. So, you know, people that watch C-SPAN are probably likely to be viewers that I could win over, you know? So let's, you have a Twitch poll going. I think Vance won both. Globus, good evening. Did somebody shout Globus out earlier? I think I did. Oh no, it's been a long night, my friend. Been a long night. Especially, like, I can't believe the internet started acting up just as soon as the debate started. And it bounced up and down for 40 minutes, 50 minutes. It is fine now. It has come back to normal levels. I am not bouncing up and down. My upload speed. Mox thinks it's a draw. Hey, you guys did leave off it. I think I voted for Vance. I didn't expect Vance to be the top one. We got a few more stories we're going to cover too. C-SPAN calls. We got a few more stories we're going to cover. You know, I can't let you out of here without finding out what that news be doing. I'm the one vote for Vance. No, I don't think I actually hit it. The second vote for Vance. I don't even think he won. And I like Mary J wanting to silence Warlord. Warlord bought me off a long time ago. Patron, YouTube member, subscriber on here. Probably like my biggest merch purchaser as well. I'm just throwing that out there. Warlord really does run the stream. A second vote for Vance is hit. Are you frozen? I'm sorry. I am a puppet. Hey, Russia, I will totally take your money. I would totally be on RT. I don't think Russia would have any problem with my show. So if RT wanted to air the Troll Patrol, fuck yeah. You know, I should probably look into that. Seriously, I could be their new Jesse Ventura. I don't really dabble all that much into foreign affairs. If they just want me to shut up about Ukraine and Russia, okay. And then I get to do the same show, okay. Give me money, RT. I don't give two shits. Welcome in, Prometheus. American capitalism is bad. I mean, you don't have to pay me to get me to say that. I'm seriously gonna get in contact with RT. I think that is a winning set strategy. Oh, thank you, Mary Jane. Oh, I appreciate it. I think I kind of look like the dude from like Puddle of Mud or something. He fucking hates me.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between.
Real weird.
And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS.
Walz, he said it again.
Tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
Already calling into C-SPAN. Let's get ready here. They probably already got the phone system isn't open yet, or they've already got a slate of callers. And when a Harris supporter hangs up, yeah, Mary Jane, I watch the Majority Report every day. You're like, oh, you don't see everything. You what?
Handshakes all around between the candidates, their spouses, and the moderate.
Freeze up or choke. Who are you talking to?
Vice presidential debate. The fuck? By CBS. The first square off.
I mean, I didn't do that well the first time, but I was drunk.
Now in the history books, the two vying for the second highest office in the land exchanged ideas on several topics, ranging from the conflict in the Middle East, the economy, and immigration. Moderators Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan pressing the candidates both on multiple topics. Now a live look from C-SPAN cameras on the ground in New York City inside the spin room, where we are anticipating reaction from surrogates for the Trump-Vance and Harris-Walz campaigns, each expected to explain why their candidates outperformed the other. We'll be bringing you all the highlights from there for the next hour.
Oh shit! I gotta go to my C-SPAN account. Fuck, they usually stick around a little bit on YouTube. Hold on. Let me log in here.
Reporters from across the country over on C-SPAN 2. Here, a conversation with all of you. And let's hear from David, who's in Los Angeles, Democratic caller. David, your reaction to the debate.
Okay, so now I've got to try to get David's space.
Actually, I thought it was pretty good for a vice presidential debate. I was very surprised. Yes, I'm going to vote for Walz. I do want to make it clear when I saw at the end that Vance was talking about Donald Trump's achievements. It seems that they seem to forget the year 2021, and it just goes by the wayside. It gets, I think that the idea of all the stuff that happened during COVID is being gaslighted to the American public.
David, what surprised you? You said you were surprised by this debate.
The last time I called in after a debate,
both of them
they asked me about fracking.
As much as I'm not really a big fan of J.D. Vance, but Walz in particular had his stuff down. He answered questions in a way that didn't seem rushed. He didn't seem, what's the word I'm looking for? He didn't come across angry. I do know that Vance did appear to be, like Trump, a bit peeved when something was brought up that didn't go along with their agenda. They pushed back with, alternative, what I would call the Kellyanne alternative facts. But, I'd give him credit for a lot of stuff that he has tried to stand up for, even though he's flip-flopped a lot. You're talking about a man who called Donald Trump American Hitler, which is really, really shocking when you think about where he's at right now.
All right, David, so let me ask you this. What grade would you give each of the candidates tonight for their debate performance?
I'll give Walz, I'll give him probably an A-, because I'll never give anybody an A+. And I'll give J.D. Vance a C at the best. I think he did average. You know, he tried, but I think he was outmatched for sure. He just did not realize that this school teacher and coach from Minnesota was going to run rampant over him.
All right, David's thoughts there on how these candidates perform. Let's go into the spin room in New York City. Colorado Governor Jared Polis talking to reporters.
J.D. Vance did not distance himself from Donald Trump, so there's no one there to stand up to Donald Trump's worst instincts and potentially a threat to our democracy itself. Tim Walz brought that home on issues that matter to the American people, saving people money on groceries, on costs, on health care, on housing, on issue after issue. Tim Walz put out his detailed plans of Kamala Harris. J.D. Vance tried to imitate those plans, but he didn't really speak to his boss because many of that stuff is not what Donald Trump stands for.
I've missed my window.
Governor Walz sort of spoke clearly enough about his comments that he made about where he was for the Tiananmen Square massacre. Do you think that book is closed, or do you think he'll have more to answer?
Well, I mean, look, this was 1990.
You guys have anything you want me to say to C-SPAN if I get through?
By a minute, I mean, do any of us know exactly where we were in a particular month in 1998? He was in Hong Kong. It was around the time, whether it was a week or two later. I think that, you know, what it's really about is the plan for the future. And obviously, this is somebody who's had deep experiences, whether it was serving in the U.S. Army Reserves, whether it was being a coach, serving in United.
Not friends with schools, but they kind of are.
For 6.5 years, he's ready day one to stand alongside Kamala Harris as a governing partner to move our country forward. Anything else?
Polis is like, nobody else wants to talk to me?
Governor Jared Polis there in the spin room in New York City. You heard him getting asked about the Minnesota governor's response to a question from the moderators about his previous comments about Tiananmen Square and where he was at the time. Tim Alberta, who writes for The Atlantic, his take on the governor's answer during the debate, a malpractice that Walz didn't have a sharp, succinct answer to the Tiananmen Square question ready to go.
Yeah, that is kind of odd.
Tim
You should have
Alberta
figured it was
says
coming.
about that response. We want to get your take on the debate tonight. Let's go to Maxwell in Ohio, Republican.
Hello.
Hi, Maxwell. How do you think the
I'm
candidate?
not going to call in on the Republican line.
I think they voted.
I'll call in on other.
But I got to say, I was more leaning towards Vance's side.
And why?
I think he was more well-spoken and attacked the questions at hand more thoroughly.
What did you like about the way he delivered his responses tonight?
I think it was clear, concise, and straight to the point. Seemed pretty level-headed. And
really,
for the most part, wasn't willing to just fully defend everything that Trump said. Had his own takes on everything.
And you appreciated that? You liked that? Or do you think he should have been more full-throated support for the former president?
I like that he's his own man in the sense of the debate. You know, in the sense of...
That Amy Klobuchar?
Okay, Maxwell's there, an Ohio Republican. Back into the spin room, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly in support of the Harris-Walz ticket.
Have come down. They're going to come down more. Under
dickhead.
25, that's going to go away.
Abortion is considered a winning issue for Democrats usually. Do you think that Walz delivered tonight? Do you think he hit the home run that he needed to hit?
100%.
I don't know about a home run. He hit a double.
Perfectly clear to the American people where Donald Trump and J.D. Vance stand, and that is they do not stand with American women. And it is putting women at risk.
You gotta say that's fair.
Dying.
Wasn't a home run.
Dying across our country.
Mock says a solid single. I'm a little more charitable.
Georgia, who has died because Donald Trump took away the right of a woman to make this decision between her and her doctor.
Senator, was the governor's answer on...
Okay, all right. Got a single, stole second.
About whether he was actually there in 1989 during the protest?
So you're talking about, I think the question is, was it June or August or July?
Kelly is a surrogate. He's there to cheerlead.
Report from CNN and others was that.
I'm not a baseball nerd. I know what the terms mean, so I got the analogy.
5 years ago? So it was 35 years ago, and it's like, which month was he there? I don't think the American people care about that.
Senator, who won this debate and why?
Well, Tim Walz, because he
Second is a titty slap.
He articulated that vision in plain spoken language, compared to JD, who was a Yale-trained, microphone for Donald Trump, who talked to, I think he was somewhat transparent about some of the things that are in Project 2020.
You play your cards right.
On the issue of abortion, it's clear that they're not. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not sticking up for America.
I told Media Winch, she uses it in the song as if it's a reward. If you play your cards right, you'll get a titty slap.
Donald Trump broke Roe v. Wade. He claimed.
I feel like I employ it to chide people.
Justices with a specific plan.
Bad, and they get a titty slap.
Right away from women. And I think it was pretty obvious in the debate tonight. Who is going to stand with it?
But then again, some women like to have their titties slapped.
Senator, can you talk to me about preparations of Maricopa?
Senator Mark Kelly there. You heard him say that he believes it was the Minnesota governor who won tonight's debate.
Of course, he's
your thoughts.
He's a surrogate. Of course he's going to say that.
This is independent. What do you say?
Nobody gives a shit about Polis.
Hi, this is Ray. I definitely think that from watching what
All right, caller, we're going to move on. Phil in Queens, Democratic caller. Hi, Phil.
Hi, yes,
Phil.
I'm a lifelong Democrat. I worked for McCarthy.
I missed it.
I worked for Jimmy Carter, turned 100. I worked for Ramsey Clark, Mo Udall. Over the years, I became more conservative, but I still, even local liberals, I vote for, I work for and with. But this debate, CBS did not ask questions about so many issues that are really at stake here, and including crime, including more on the economy, and quite frankly, I was surprised at how well Governor Walz did. He's much smarter than Vice President Harris, but I thought that Vance really showed he's a very vibrant, brilliant young man who has total control of the issues. He should have refuted Project 29. That has nothing to do
Project 29.
with Trump. It's an offshoot. It's a distraction.
Revolution number 9. Number 9.
Walz
29.
lie as much as VP Harris did in her debate, but I actually thought this was a credit to Walz and Vance. I thought that the hosts were they didn't fact check afterward. They sort of set up premises to undermine Vance. But anyway, I think, and I also taught political science, so I really have been involved in politics for many, many decades. I think Trump is going to win in an unmitigated landslide, similar to Nixon or Reagan. I think the American people are sick of the crime. They're sick of the immigration. They can't put food on their table.
Crime is at historic lows.
Pay $500 a night for illegal aliens to stay in hotels still. The system is broken, and as Senator Vance said, Harris could do something tomorrow. She could wake up in the morning and do something tomorrow. The change agent is really going back to the successful Trump administration. It wasn't perfect. And as Vance called himself a knucklehead, I love Trump, but he can be a knucklehead too. We can't hold out for the perfect. We have to vote for the good, and I think Trump would be the good. So thank you so much for giving me so much time. God bless America.
Okay, Phil there in Queens. Richard in Alexandria, Virginia, Republican. Richard.
Wait, what was Phil?
Hey, how you doing today? I thought Vance was very impressive. I mean, from the opening minute, from the opening second, taking control, giving an introduction to himself, which I thought CBS dropped the ball there. No one knows these people. No one knows who these candidates are until
I know who they are.
He just took control. He showed he was prepared. He was concise, like another caller said, on point. I like how he fact-checked the commentators. I thought that was kind of interesting. But, yeah, Vance, one caller gave him a C. I think he got an A, in my opinion, and Walz a C, because I felt like Walz stuttered a little bit. Maybe he was shell-shocked from the questions or the bright lights or whatever. But, yeah, Vance really, really impressed me, and I'm happy to see him be the second in command there.
Richard, what did you think? What did you think when the moderators cut the mics?
Yeah, that was, that has to happen. Sometimes they can
This is
get
the best
into
part.
it a little bit, as far as debates go. They showed a little bit of control. I like that, but like the previous caller, they missed a lot of questions. Just same questions over and over again, about abortion and about, and Wall dropped the ball with the China question. Like, I don't know. Like, he refused to answer that. Like, that just proves his guilt almost. Like, what are you hiding? What do you don't want to tell us? Like, I just thought that was embarrassing. I hope the people see that, and what else could come after that,
Richard, your reaction to Andrew Desiderio, who covers Capitol Hill. Wow, Vance just said Americans don't trust Republicans on abortion. He said Republicans have to earn back the trust of the American people on this.
Yeah, that was a
Were
Republican.
you surprised at hearing
That's why I'm not calling.
Senator say that?
I was. I was very surprised to hear that. I'm not sure what's going to come after that. I do believe it should belong to the state. Let them make the decision. There's so many different circumstances out there that happen with certain situations. So let the state handle that and go from there. But I think Vance took control. I'm glad Trump selected him as vice president. I mean, it seems like he got a good head on his shoulder. Brought his introduction. I'm just telling you again, from the opening second, just his introduction about himself, explaining to the people who he is, what he's about. I just thought that was just the perfect intro to an amazing debate night for him.
Okay. All right. Richard's thoughts there in Alexandria, Virginia. We're expecting several supporters of both of these camps to make their way into the spin room tonight. Also, J.D. Vance himself expected to show up and talk to reporters in this room in New York City post-debate here. We'll dip in there when we see these folks. And
if I get through, I'm going to tell Greta how much me and the chat love her.
Abortion. Caitlin Huey-Burns for CBS tweeting out, Trump now says he
hit on Greta.
A federal abortion ban. He would not answer this question at the last debate and said, I didn't discuss it with JD after Vance said Trump would veto. Tonight, he posted this. And this is what the former president posted tonight. Everyone knows I would not support a federal abortion ban under any circumstances and would in fact veto it because it is up to the states to decide based on the will of their voters, the will of the people. Like Ronald Reagan before me, I fully support the three, he said.
The three?
On his posting that tonight. During this debate, your reaction to what you heard from these vice presidential candidates. Nancy in North Royalton, Ohio, independent. Hi, Nancy.
Independent.
Hello, thank you. I thought it was both candidates were very, very civilized. It was refreshing to watch this debate. I didn't see eye rolling or, grimaces. So the split.
I saw some of that.
In previous debates, I wasn't comfortable with that split screen because sometimes candidates made strange faces. I thought that J.D. Vance did much better overall. I would give him an A.
We're calling C-SPAN. Can I please have your first name?
Is Justin.
Justin, what is your zip code?
37614. I just moved recently. I'm confused.
Oh, okay, no worries. 37614. And are you calling from Tennessee?
Yes.
And what is your party affiliation?
I'm a Democrat. Or independent, either or, kinda.
Okay, so I'm going to mark you as an independent.
Okay.
I'm just going to put you on hold. Please make sure your TV's on mute and there's no background noise.
Awesome, thank you.
Focus on is what the two candidates were saying, and I think Vance was saying a lot of things that misrepresented what their things or what their policies actually would show.
How did he come across to you?
He presented himself well, and I think that's dangerous because a lot of people see what he presents himself as. He's a good speaker, but what he's saying is dangerous for the country.
All right, Leonard there in Colorado. Back to the spin room. Congressman Byron Donalds talking to reporters.
stooge.
Did anybody hear who the
And the coyote
last caller was?
used the Kamala Harris wide open border policies. So he was very effective tonight. And the key thing overall is that Donald Trump is going to move us back to his policies, which secured our southern border and also protected kids who are not American citizens from being brutalized and abused by the coyotes and the drug cartels.
Going back to abortion, you said that should be up to the states. However, if one of your colleagues did introduce a nationwide abortion ban in Congress, how would you act?
Well, first of all, a nationwide abortion ban is not legal. If you read the Dobbs decision, it's very clear that abortion is going to be regulated by the states. If we want to expand upon that thought, every medical procedure in our country is regulated at the state level. It is not regulated at the federal level. Abortion, as unfortunate as it is a medical procedure. So if a colleague introduced that piece of legislation, in my view, it's unconstitutional. Just like when Nancy Pelosi or some Democrat tries to introduce California's abortion law, that is unconstitutional. This is a matter for state governments to decide. State governments are going through that process right now. My state of Florida is going through that right now, and we will see where the American people choose to how they choose to handle the issue of abortion in the state that they reside.
Congressman, Will McDuffie, ABC News. J.D. Vance said a few times, mentioned that Harris has been the vice president for 3 years, and it's not an argument that we heard Trump make on the debate stage himself. I'm wondering,
He did, but continue.
Vance did it a little more explicitly tonight. Does that need to be more of the messaging over the final month?
It's been our messaging the entire time. In the debate that's with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump made that point very clearly. He even said, quote unquote, you can go to the White House right now and wake Joe Biden up and change all this right now. You've had 3.5 years. What have you done? That's what Donald Trump is saying. That's what J.D. Vance is saying. That's what Republicans are saying. Kamala Harris is trying to run for president, but she's not done the job of vice president. She's not tried to convince Joe Biden that the policies they enacted were wrong. Kamala Harris has never apologized to the American people that her vote on the American Rescue Plan started this massive inflation, which has crippled families all across our country. She's never apologized for that vote, even though families have suffered in their pocketbook day after day under her policies from her administration. So the talking point of her being vice president is not a talking point. That is a fact. She's been in the White House for 3.5 years. What has she done? Nothing. Nothing that's helped the lives of the American people.
Anything surprise you tonight?
Congressman Byron Donalds there, Republican of Florida, following up on the criticism you heard from Ohio Senator J.D. Vance tonight, often referring to this administration as the Harris administration, saying if the vice president wanted to do more, she could. David Axelrod, a Democratic strategist, he put on X tonight during the debate about that line of attack. Here's the thing. VPs don't make policy, presidents do. Who talks about the Pence years? You agree, disagree with that analysis and your reaction to tonight's debate? Patricia in Minneapolis, Republican. Patricia,
I might be next.
What did the governor do?
Well, he didn't do very well. He's quite the fraud. Two points I want to make. He talked about how much he cares about the hurricane victims. But when Minneapolis and St. Paul were burning down in 2020, he didn't care a bit. He didn't lift a...
Trump praised him.
They were mostly small businesses that got ruined.
Trump praised him for his response.
Looted. The second thing is, did you notice how nervous he got when Vance talked about the bill he signed, the abortion bill? There were 25 babies that were born alive after abortions. 7 of them, the doctors gave, quote-unquote, comfort care. They are allowed to, they're put aside and they are allowed to die. He also, in that bill, they don't have to report anymore how many babies are born alive after an abortion. People, and you notice that the moderators didn't say anything, and he went back to the Trump-Harris debate, relying on those frauds at ABC, those moderators. So yeah, he's a big fraud. He also had a DUI when he was in another state, and he wants to indoctrinate our kids into transgenderism, tampons in the boys' bathrooms. If you can imagine, pure insanity. He's really, really far left. He's trying to make it seem like he's, kind of a folksy guy, just a regular teacher coach. He's not. He's an extreme leftist, and he's a liar. He's a big liar.
Patricia there in Minnesota. Donald Trump Jr. in the spin room talking to reporters. Let's listen in.
Ooh, Junior.
Realize there's not another person in the Republican Party that could put on that level of masterclass. JD was more comfortable in the things that Republicans get a little uncomfortable and the things that are sort of put out, by the line. He was more comfortable in the awkward spots than most of our guys are on the no-brainers. And, I think the rest of America saw that tonight.
Vance was evasive when asked about supporting Israel launching a preemptive military strike against Iran. What should the response be?
You can ask JD and you can ask my father. I'm not going to talk the details of policy, but obviously Israel should be able to defend itself. You have a regime that is, chanted for their entire demise, their existence, literally now, not just doing it through proxies, which they've been doing with American funding, by the way, enabled by the Harris-Biden administration, whether it's the $100 billion they released or the extra $6 billion that they gave them that they said, oh no, it's going to be limited for food and supplies. And, not understanding that money is fungible, they said, fine, we'll use this that was used for weapons, we'll transfer it over there, now it's used to send missiles against our allies. This is all obvious stuff, guys. This stuff didn't happen under Donald Trump. And again, for a reason. Our enemies understood strength. Russia wasn't invading their neighbors. They did so under Obama. They did so again under Biden, because when they see someone fall up a flight of stairs, down a flight of stairs, when they hear, Kamala Harris try to explain, a policy that you listen for 12 minutes and there's no answer, they understand that is weakness. China loves the idea of a Kamala Harris. There's a reason Iran has effectively endorsed Kamala Harris.
Just joining us, I'm on hold with C-SPAN right now. That's why the audio does not match.
America is good for Russia. A weak America is good for China. A weak America is great for Iran. The only thing is, a weak America is terrible for the world, and it's terrible for our citizens, for our children. I don't do this, I was a real estate guy. I don't do this because it's easy or because it was easier. I used to be able to go to the city and I was invited to the cool person parties. I do this because I have 5 young kids. I want to fight for them. I want to leave them an America they recognize.
Don, the Democrats in this room feel like J.D. Vance's worst moment was at the very end, where he basically couldn't answer a question about whether Donald Trump lost the election in 2020. Why is it so hard to give a yes or no answer to that question?
J.D. Vance had no bad moments tonight. If you want to play that debate over and over again for all of the world to see.
He didn't have any major gaffes, that's sure. I'll agree with that.
Tim Walz, just so we're clear, and you can look back to the video, nodding along to basically every answer. I'm pretty sure that Tim Walz may be voting for Trump Vance just based on the reaction that his answers.
Okay, that was funny.
There were absolutely no weak moments in that debate.
You don't think
not even one?
That question? Not even.
Donald Trump Jr. They're saying no weaknesses in J.D. Vance's delivery tonight on the debate stage. It was, quote, a masterclass, he calls it. Want to know if you agree or disagree there with the former president's son. Anna in Silver Spring, Maryland, independent. What would you say?
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to first start by saying this entire debate was refreshingly presidential, especially compared to the last several debates we've seen. Some of the faces, some of the comments, it was just a mud show. This actually felt like a presidential debate, and I really loved that. That being said, J.D. Vance was extraordinarily polished, but it really bothers me how much he's flip-flopped on things, on what he said about former President Trump. And he really should have just stuck to his beliefs and not run to the right just to appease Trump and his MAGA crowd. And on the other side, Command Sergeant Major Wolf was less polished, but he was far more sincere. And he seems like a genuine person who actually demonstrated how much he cares about the people of the United States. And it seems that the Harris-Walz campaign is the one that is talking about protecting women and children, because some of these women that are having trouble accessing abortion.
I'm still probably like 3 or 4 calls away.
And it's heartbreaking to see that these people don't care about that.
Anna, let me bounce this off of you. This is from Caitlin Huey-Burns of CBS. She sent this out early on in the debate. Vance's team's argument ahead of the debate was that nearly daily pressers and his prolific appearances on TV plus Sunday shows were key to preparing for this debate, and it shows. He has talked to reporters at nearly all of his campaign stops when he's out there.
They are noting that, plus his TV appearances helping him tonight. Do you think that the governor, Tim Walz, should have done the same, should have prepared in that way for tonight?
I believe that both the governor and the vice president should be speaking to the public directly as often.
I do think Vance was very polished.
Information is an important part of politics. However, being genuine and sincere is something that is stressed by the newer generations, the younger generations. They want to hear sincerity. They don't want to hear polished speeches and planks from their platforms that they have reiterated multiple times. They want to hear people actually answer the questions. And I will say I was disappointed that the moderators didn't push harder for both candidates to actually answer the question, not jump around it and go straight to their stump speeches.
How old are you?
I'm 37 and I'm active duty military.
All right. And
thank you very much for taking my call. And I also wanted to say happy birthday to President Carter.
All right. Well, thank you for joining the conversation tonight. Jesse in California, Democratic caller.
Hello. I want to say three things, and then I'm going to go my rating about the candidates. First thing is, this will be my first election I'm going to be voting.
Who says you get to dictate?
Recently about to turn 18, and I'm excited to vote. And on that second note, I am going to be supporting Kamala Harris. I was for Kennedy in the beginning. After the whole endorsement for Trump, the whole sellout, that personally I felt hurt. Because I truly felt that this guy, Kennedy, was going to change the system. But ultimately, he got right back into it. So because of that, right, I'm supporting Kamala now.
Okay. Gina in Johnson City, Tennessee, Republican.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Okay, that's weird.
I want to say, first of all, I think it was nice to see.
If it is back-to-back callers from Johnson City, Tennessee.
It's nice to see people actually talking and listening. I will have to say that I believe with Vance saying 3.5 years that she's had to do her job, and we've given her that time to do that, and we haven't seen any results. So the bottom line is we need to ask ourselves, are we better off than we were during the Trump years, or are we better off than now?
And would you refer to the Trump administration as the Pence years, going back to David Axelrod's argument here that it's the president who sets policy, not the vice president?
I believe that. I believe that, but I also believe she has a strong. She's part of that election. I mean, she's part of of that team, and I don't understand why she can't get that done. I will have to say that our area in western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee was hit hard with the hurricane, and we found out that Biden was on the beach and she was in Vegas, and we get to see one of them in this area.
Yeah,
and it makes us scared that if something does happen, are they going to be there for us?
Yeah, and the president and the vice president are going to tour the damage tomorrow caused by the Hurricane Helene, as Gina was just talking about. Let's go listen to Senator Cotton, who's in the spin.
Oh, God, Tom Cotton.
Changes the debate. We'll have to see what the situation is in the Middle East.
Yeah.
I mean, again, we could be in a situation as soon as the coming hours ahead of us in which there's been large-scale strikes against Iran. That's obviously going to change things significantly over the next few months. I think what President Trump will focus on is what keeps America safe, what protects our interests in the region and our allies like Israel and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and others.
Thanks, Senator.
All right,
appreciate it.
Thank
you.
Hi. Hello. CBS News. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Yep. Please read 1 second. Can I just take one step back, just because I'm short?
You want to take one step up?
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
The dude looks like a zombie or like a Frankenstein or something. Is he wearing Halloween makeup?
Debate. Who do you think won?
Well, I thought it was a great debate contrasting Donald Trump's record for 4 years of rising wages and stable prices, a secure border, and a peaceful, stable world, versus the Harris-Biden record of record high inflation and chaos at our border. And
this is Senator Tom Cotton.
In our country, and war breaking out everywhere.
Oh, I don't know who the reporter was.
That contrast, and I think JD did a very, very good job of pointing out that Kamala Harris claims to be running now as a moderate or someone who hasn't been in charge for the last 4 years. She's been in office. If she has all these great ideas to solve the problems, why haven't they already done them?
How do you think he did in his response on abortion?
Well, I think he pointed out that Tim Walz is misleading the American people about just how radical the Democrats' position is. President Trump recognizes that the American people have very different opinions, and they're going to have a different solution in California than what they might have in Ohio or what they might have in Alabama. It's only Kamala Harris and Tim Walz that want to impose a radical nationwide law, exactly the kind of law that Tim Walz signed in Minnesota, that would allow doctors to put babies born during a botched abortion on a table and deny them life-saving care. Tim Walz wouldn't even answer if he believes in any restrictions at all on abortion, even in the ninth month. So I thought it was a very good contrast between the radical position that the Democrats have and the Republican positions that the people are going to decide this very, very important question.
Should there be a federal abortion ban?
There's not going to be a federal abortion ban if Republicans are in charge, because there's not going to be
doubt.
Kind of abortion regulation. The Democrats' radical position, we're proposing
Senator Tom Cotton, Republican of Arkansas. They're in the spin room, and that is where the candidate supporters are gathering in New York City post this debate to give their spin on how the candidates did. We're getting your reaction here on C-SPAN tonight about this first and only vice presidential debate. Following tonight's debate, Tim Walz and his wife Gwen visited a New York City pizza shop in Manhattan on their way out of the CBS Broadcast Center near Times Square. There the governor is and his wife on the screen, checking out this pizza place, giving a wave. We'll watch and listen.
Oh my God. The anticipation.
Governor, how do you think your debate performance was?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's the worst thing I ever did. Oh, thank you for saying so. You're really kind. I appreciate that.
Governor, we're going to Hong Kong in 1989?
I'm going so.
Yes.
Going out for ice cream.
Hi, how are you? We're going to slice of pepperoni.
We're getting some pizza. I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about, what I'm going to say to Greta.
Oh, that one looks good. Pepperoni bacon, pepperoni mushroom, pepperoni. That's some sausage.
I'm in the zone.
Great.
I'm shifting into C-SPAN call mode.
Strongest moment was tonight.
I'm going to have a big-ass salad when I get off here. With chicken, a boiled egg, cucumber, fried onions. But I'm so hungry right now.
During the debate, can you clarify what you meant on that?
Can you clarify what you meant when you said you...
Governor Tim Walz at a pizza joint tonight following the vice presidential debate, ordering a slice of sausage pizza and commenting on how he thought the debate went. We're getting your reaction to the first and only vice presidential debate here of this 2024 campaign cycle. Carol in Chattanooga, Tennessee, Democratic caller.
In Tennessee!
Good evening. I just wanted to say in regards to a couple of things. One is the thing on security. If in regards to the Project 2025, that they want to get rid of the Department of Education, we are really going to be in trouble if we don't have some oversight from a governmental office. Second, they talk about illegal immigrants purchasing up all the housing and stuff like that. I don't believe that. The third thing is the subject of policy. It is the president that makes policy, not the individuals. And Wall is a coach, teacher, governor, so he was on stage every day in the time that he was a teacher and in the military. And lastly, I want to say that we can't write off Tennessee. If related to infrastructure, we need someone looking at the Waterville Dam that was compromised during this tornado result, and it's my hometown of Newport, that we need to they're allowing the appropriate agencies to get into place before coming to a disaster area. That is the president and whomever else he so chooses.
Okay, Carol, and you heard the candidates address Hurricane Helene. The moderators framed it in a conversation or a question about climate change, that coming shortly after the debate began. The debate began with the situation in the Middle East and the intensification between the countries there after Iran has fired missiles at Israel. This debate coming hours after that attack. Sasha, in Ormond Beach, Florida, an independent.
Wow.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
May still be 2 or 3 calls away.
I just wanted to say that I was really focused on who did I believe out of this debate, because I feel like when it comes to the media, we're getting very segregated sides. You know, I like to understand both sides, and I think both gentlemen did great in this debate. I must say that Vance was
2 or 3 calls away. This is the new infrastructure week.
In his answers, and I really appreciated that. And it's a stark contrast from
if I make a clip of this for YouTube, which I probably will,
one debate of each. I would like to see more.
I'll actually go and download C-SPAN's version.
More debates, and with just 35 days,
marry them together.
They have not agreed on more debates.
So the people watching the clip aren't audio unsynced.
Penfield, New York, a Republican. Stan.
Good evening. First, I just want to say that was very interesting. I am so proud of Americans tonight. I love America. Everybody was calling in. A lot of people is saying how they liked the debate. It seemed very mature. I think that was the model debate for debates.
So y'all don't like Trump?
Say that Walt seems more believable. Vance was robotic or something. I don't know. To me, I think
soulless sociopath
probably sounds passionate and sincere because he's appealing to emotions. And Vance, I think, is appealing to common sense. I also think, actually, Democrats and Republicans I think Republicans are more like strict dads, and moms are like or Democrats are like negotiable, affectionate moms. I think we need both, just like we need both parents.
Oh my God!
There should be 2 presidents. There should be a Democrat and a Republican. I think Democrats have good ideas. They look to the future and stuff like that. You know, Republicans want to keep the status quo, I would say, even though I am Republican. But I think it works. It's worked for thousands of years, you know. Also, I got to say, and you got to say, you know, Trump, you know, as much stuff people want to talk about Trump, but when I'm watching the news, I'm watching guys, he's in Ohio with the derailment of the train. He's in Puerto Rico with the hurricane. He's in Georgia with the hurricane. He's everywhere. When something goes down, he's there. You know, I think people care about that. That matters. You know,
because he's there to grift.
It seemed like Biden was.
Well, does it matter that some of these governors said, "Don't come here right now. We're in the, in the throes of trying to figure out how we rescue people, and we don't need you and all the media
taking up resources
that goes with a visit from either the president, the vice president, or a presidential candidate."
I suppose it matters, yeah.
Yeah, it does, motherfucker.
I didn't know that they were saying that.
Because you ain't got no common sense.
Yeah, I guess it absolutely matters. Also, but, you know, you have to understand, you know, perception is big. You know, you turn on the news and you see who you see there in the moment.
Oh, yes, I love Greta.
That, you know, that's huge.
Yeah, understood. Pam in Jacksonville, Florida, Democratic caller.
Pandora, is this for me?
Pam in Jacksonville, Florida.
Is this me?
Caller, is that you?
Okay, yes. Let me tell you.
Did I do the? Is this me?
Lady,
with my leftist best shirt on.
Republicans and Trump, they have a system. They don't answer questions. They say things that's going to make them that they talk to their political base and try to pump them up. And then at the end, they'll answer a little bit of the question, if any. When it comes to Watts, he just seems like a great old school guy who's going to just tell you like it is. He's sticking to the facts. He's telling you what's going on. And Watts is the winner for me.
Okay, Pam, I'm going to leave it at that final thought. Let's go back into the spin room because Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, Democrat.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett! Yay!
And that this is kind of what he did, then I think that he did what he needed to do on the J.D. Vance side, which is making people believe that he's kind of normal. But this is...
Also, don't try to label Sparkles. That's not going to work for you.
And we didn't see what we've seen in so many of those interviews that he's done, whether it's been podcasts or otherwise. We also didn't hear a lot of the crazy...
Sparkles is more of an anarchist, I'd say.
The American people. When asked point blank about reproductive access, he said, well, we've got to do better about communicating.
Oh, she was dating a libertarian.
And honestly, as women are dying, we need answers. We don't need dancing. And we get answers.
Is still dating a libertarian.
We know that he said that he supports IVF, but we also know that he voted against IVF when given an opportunity to actually codify that into law. And so what I saw was someone who was having...
Oh, yeah, she's like an anarchist.
Which is his running mate, when he was asked about concepts of a plan and talking about health care. So
you can see the overlap with the libertarian, but no.
Care Act is
he's more leftist.
Doesn't mean that it's perfect. There's still more work to be done, and the only work that they want to do on that is repeal it, as laid out in Project 2025. We also needed a little bit of a reminder in history, as we just went through averting a government shutdown. The longest government shutdown we had in the history of this country came when Donald Trump threw a temper tantrum because he wanted to repeal the Affordable Care Act.
Thank you.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett there talking to reporters in the spin room. We understand that J.D. Vance, the candidate running mate for the former president, was in the spin room, spoke with Fox News on that network and has now left. You can see there's still quite a few supporters in the spin room tonight talking to the media. So we'll go back throughout our conversation with all of you. Justin in Johnson City, Tennessee, independent. Johnson, what do you think of tonight's debate?
Hey, Greta. First of all, I just want to say I'm a YouTube and Twitch streamer, and my chat and myself, we all love you. We think you do an amazing job dealing with some of the strange calls.
Thank you, Justin.
And
your thoughts on the debate?
Well, I think that Tim Walz, Mark Kelly said that he hit a home run. The chat and I kind of think that he was more like a double. I really think he missed out on the opportunity to drill home. Overdose deaths have seen the biggest decline ever. Crime is at historical lows. And J.D. Vance kept talking about energy independence. We produce more oil and natural gas than any country in the history of the world. And I think Walz really missed an opportunity to drill that home.
Justin, I'm going to continue with the sports analogy here. Michael Schnell, who covers Capitol Hill, sent out this post on X tonight. A House Democrat, a member of the House Democrat, a source of hers, said to me nearly an hour into tonight's VP debate, this is like a preseason football game. J.D. Vance is up 3 touchdowns, but none of it matters. Would you agree, Justin?
I don't know about that. I don't know that J.D. Vance really scored a lot of points. Walz looked a little shaky at first, and admittedly the debate started off with topics that the Democrats aren't usually strong with. Immigration was one of the first questions. I think the very first one was foreign policy. But once it got to domestic issues, I think Walz really shined. I don't know that Vance didn't stumble like Walz might have done with the Tiananmen Square thing, but Vance also didn't he didn't score any points, in my opinion.
All right, Justin there in Johnson City, Tennessee. As he mentioned, the debate starting out tonight on Foreign
Can I plug my show?
Policy, the moderators asking a couple of
nuts
about the situation in the Middle East, hours after the Iran.
Well, it was a good call, though. I don't know that Vance didn't stumble like Walz might have done with the Tiananmen Square thing, but Vance also didn't he didn't score any points, in my opinion.
All right, Justin there in Johnson City, Tennessee. As he mentioned, the debate starting out tonight on foreign policy, the moderators asking a couple of questions about the situation in the.
It wasn't anything spectacular. I didn't get any good lines off or anything.
Let's listen to part of that exchange.
Thank you, Mary Sue.
Over Iran and their influence in the Middle East.
Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the situation,
And definitely when I say my zip code, I'm totally going to do that.
a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran.
I did give her a good segue.
Thank you for those joining at home.
Hey, transitions are my thing.
Mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists.
Yeah, come on, DJ Dub. Like, if you wanted an intelligent, informed caller, that was me, right?
Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental.
But what's his name? In the morning, after I told him that I was a Twitch streamer,
crisis in.
He let me plug the show, and I got to say Troll Patrol and everything.
Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental.
Reddit did not let me get that in, and I did not want to say I was JustinFREAKIN,
where along with
because I was afraid she'd hang up on me.
And our coalition able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental?
Thank you, Vo Magana.
Leadership.
Oh, cool! That's the best thing.
And the world.
Oh my God!
A few weeks.
I just got shout out on all kinds of other leftist Twitch streams.
Sizes is not
boom
in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were close.
Let me go over to Hassan.
That understand how dangerous he is when the world
is he watching C-SPAN?
His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security.
Hassan's not on right now? Are you shitting me?
Near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest.
TYT's on. TYT. They're not watching C-SPAN calls. God damn it.
Vice President Harris.
They're doing their own coverage.
Leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring.
Who's a big? Is Dylan Burns watching C-SPAN calls?
Matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin,
God damn it.
Towards North Korea.
Oh, there's Hassan.
Start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together. We will stay.
Hey, he's not watching C-SPAN.
The Vice President said today is we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
We have to remember that
I was gonna try.
Just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos.
I'm not sure I know I'm really important
in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over
Fuzzy Saba, good evening.
in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against.
I totally sent Matt Walsh my video about him the other day.
Against the United States.
I want him to respond again.
Is that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership.
I didn't even see Francesca on.
He's back in the world.
No, she's probably doing her own thing too.
To strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think.
No, it was like lazy streamers like Carter would probably be watching C-SPAN.
Wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys, I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump.
He did not have a good answer to it.
Of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear
I mean, I get what he was saying, but it seemed like he was dodging it. It seemed like he wasn't answering the question directly. I didn't even hear about it until today, so
years, and the answer is your running mate.
Apparently, it broke within the last 24 hours.
Consistently made the world more secure. Now we talk.
I don't know what he said.
Sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't.
I don't know what the claim is that to be disputed.
But when did?
And if it was just that he missed, he said he was there around the time of Tiananmen Square happening. Like, I don't see how this is a big deal.
Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very.
Greta should have let me plug my show. God damn it! I was such a good caller.
Leading with the news tonight in that Iran's attack against Israel. The
Tank Man stolen valor.
Vice presidential debate. They went on to talk about climate change, Hurricane Helene, immigration, middle class, the economy, abortion, housing prices. How do you think this debate went tonight?
I hope the ACA can help him.
Republican, let's hear from you.
Hello, yes. Thank you for having me on the show. I first want
What is that supposed to mean? That I need mental help?
Parties with the Class Act. I really love listening to both of them. I first want to start with saying that I feel that 3.5 years, this country has gotten worse.
Well, if they're libbed up, why didn't they like me?
Fix things. I don't feel any of these wars would be going on if Trump was still our president. Wow, I wasn't expecting to be on here. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Darrell. We'll go to Darrell next, who's in Garland, Texas, Democratic.
Oh, Greta just cut her off.
Hello?
Hi, Darrell.
Yes.
Who do you think
How are
won
you?
tonight?
Yeah, I'm
Am I going to have to go to this other stream?
I believe he understands the difference between the rich and poor. He said the poor and the rich worry about putting food on the table. Rich people don't have to worry about food on the table. They can change their situation anytime they want to. But the poor have to live with their situation.
Okay.
And he and Trump, I believe they would change our health insurance. And, I just don't believe they
yeah, we're going to start a fight.
Rated my stream with 242 viewers.
Damn! The big Dylan. What's up, Dylan? What's going on, buddy? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, dudes. Welcome, Gutter Chat. Here, your family, like Olive Garden, okay? Dylan mistreats you, but here, your family. Thank you, Dylan. What was Dylan up to? I assume watching the debate, talking about Israel. I'm the Justin from C-SPAN. I heard you were talking shit, bro.
Yeah, bro.
You have to go back and watch my VOD. First of all, just watch my VOD. Because we actually talked about it and said maybe there's an argument for saying you're a streamer on Twitch or YouTube. My argument was, why not just call in and just say, like, what your opinion was? Because that's what I encourage my chat to do. And I call it banging on the glass when it's like, telling them things they don't need to know, I guess. Last time they let me plug my show. Did that help? I mean, I imagine the senior citizens watching C-SPAN, they're not going to come over and watch, but I don't know. Trap, thank you for gifting JustinFREAKIN. I mean, it's not a terrible thing to do. I just think I always encourage people to call in and like not mention Twitch or YouTube just because, it's just about like their opinion, giving their opinion or whatever. I don't like people plugging my stream on there. And there's some other people that call in from like that show Left Flank Vets that do this good Morbin thing and they troll. I think that's more what it is. A lot of people call in and troll C-SPAN and like try to make jokes for their chat. And so that's just what I assume anytime somebody says they're streaming on Twitch or YouTube. It's like, make my chat laugh. So, but if that's not what you were doing, then, that's cool. I mean, but sadly, other people ruined it before you. But you can be upset in my chat if you want. I really don't give a fuck. But nice to meet you, and I mean, whatever, man. I couldn't care less. Good luck with your life. Why is he so pressed? I don't know why this guy's upset, man. Are you chill? Everything cool? You want to talk about it? Are you okay?
I told you I want to talk about it. What the hell?
Who cares what I say? Big deal.
Oh, well. What? Well, I told Greta the chat loves her.
In the spin room. What do you think the headline is in the newspapers tomorrow for tonight's debate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest takeaways was it appears that, it was
not high enough for this shit
than we're used to recently. JD Vance definitely went out there and did exactly what he intended to do. He stuck to policy points. Both of them stuck to talking to policy. And Vance was really able to make a strong civil case for the Trump campaign, which, the former president has had trouble with in past debates.
I wish I could wake up early enough to do C-SPAN calls. I love them so much. But I also am impossible to wake up of a morning.
Later, and so that did kind of become what some Democrats had feared. Having some flubs at the beginning,
That's the first time Greta has ever been the one taking calls when I called in.
Controversy recently. So that was kind of the biggest takeaway. Was it seems like Vance did exactly what people predicted, and Walz, for the most part, also did.
You're, of course, in the spin room where you're getting spin about how they performed.
Sorry if I fucked your name up. Welcome. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Democrats were really hoping for Walz to make a stronger case, specifically, against Trump. When the two of them more just kind of debated a lot of policy, he didn't really make that driving message that I think that the Harris-Walz campaign wanted him to make.
I don't want my chat to plug me when they call into C-SPAN.
Too. As for on the Vance side of things, which
that's a little different than me saying, hey, my chat really likes you, Greta.
Stuck to the policy messages. He was very sharp. He was very good on his feet, which is exactly what the campaign wanted him to do.
We've heard from our
dude deserves a titty slap.
Them saying we want more debates. That they liked the way it went tonight. They want to see another presidential debate, maybe another vice presidential debate. There's a month plus to go.
Go watch my VOD, man. Nah.
Yeah, right now, it doesn't seem like there's a clear path towards.
He's still talking about me.
I talked with.
I'm still talking about him, so fair enough.
He said, he doesn't like to speak, completely, ruling anything out. He said this is probably the last debate, but he did say probably. So,
see, I don't understand. Okay,
definitely going to be the last.
So you hear that call from me?
Towards another one coming.
You can see that I can handle myself and I can speak intelligently. And I come into your chat like, hey, you talking shit? Why the fuck wouldn't you bring me on instantly? Good content.
Has 2 rallies.
Dumb fuck.
I believe Walz also has a rally in Pennsylvania, and Vance is going to Michigan. So I think, they're going to be riding on this and, trying to just keep going forward. There's only about 30 days left, so it's right back to the trail.
That's why you don't bring me on.
For Politico, their congressional reporter. Thank you very much.
I think I've learned that these streamers that are in the 100 to 200, 300 kind of range, they don't want to give anybody any air. They're very
caller Michael. Let's hear
protective of their spot.
Your reaction.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Your reaction to the debate.
I just wanted to start out by saying, and it seems like it's a general consensus among the people who have already called in, but the debate was very civil, and I think the sanctity of civility in these elections are what we need to focus on from now.
He was in the Pretty Fly for a White Guy video? That's cool.
Spewed, especially from the Trump administration, is unacceptable, and I'm really pleased with how both candidates performed tonight. Now, one thing that I keep hearing...
I'm the guy from the Light One Up, Tip One Back music video.
Well, Kamala's been in office for 3.5 years as vice president. Why hasn't she done anything? But I would like to ask those people, what does the vice president do that you know of? They are the president of the Senate. They preside over proceedings in the Senate. They can be a tie-breaking vote. And they really can't do a whole lot in the way of individual policy. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at a little further and maybe understood a little more among the general population. Another thing I really wanted to bring up was the immigration bill. And I wish that Walz would have hammered this home a little bit more. But Trump killed that bill, called his friends in Congress to kill that bill in order to keep it an issue for his campaign. And that is completely...
The VP doesn't do anything.
Why are we letting politicians outside of office...
Pepe the Chihuahua, welcome in.
...to power again, be able to do that? It's ridiculous. It has no place in our country. And it's shameful that Trump would try and not solve the issue instead of letting it go through and making it a problem again for his campaign to use.
Okay. Michael's thoughts in Missouri. Glenn is an independent in Pennsylvania. Glenn, good evening to you.
Hi, Greta. I talked to you a couple months ago. We were at the rally where when Trump got shot. We were only 20 yards away from him. And
you what?
I talked to you that night, or the night of the Republican convention.
Yep.
And then we're going again on Saturday. We're going to go again on Saturday. And he's going to say, as I was saying, and it's going to be funny. But the main thing, I disagree with that last gentleman there, is that they've had 3.5 years. Why haven't they done all this stuff? They're saying, we're going to solve these problems with immigration. Now, as far as that bill, the Republicans had a bill, and Schumer killed it in the Senate. And, they're saying they're going to do all this. They're going to solve the housing problem, and they're going to solve all these problems. Why haven't they done it? They've had 3.5 years.
Glenn, would you give Pence credit for what happened during the Trump administration?
Who?
Who?
Pence, Mike Pence. Would you give him credit for what
Who's
happened
that?
during the Trump administration?
Well, the point is that you're, trying to say the vice presidents don't have a whole lot of power, but, why hasn't Biden done these things? Why haven't they done things to solve the border? Don't be fooled. The American public, don't be fooled by this. They're trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
As I said, crime is at historically low levels.
After 4 more years, our country's going to be ruined. It's just going to be...
Overdose deaths, like the largest drop in history.
The old NIMBY thing, not in my backyard. No one wants a whole bunch of people coming in. It's that old NIMBY. But they want to say, they'll just welcome all these people and we'll have housing everywhere and everyone will be on top of each other.
Okay. All right, Glenn. All right. Heard your points, Glenn, referring to the former president.
Yeah, 'cause he's like right here in the phone.
Pennsylvania this weekend.
He's eating
Saturday, it. The site where there was that attempted assassination on his life. Victor in Lakewood, New Jersey, Republican. Hi, Victor.
Hey, Victor.
Good evening.
He's got a good voice.
I think the debate was also very civil. It was very refreshing. I do like Trump's bombastic style a little bit, but I enjoyed, JD's clarity. I think Tim Walz did okay. But I just wanted to say about the vice president thing. While it's true that they might not have policy power, but they do bear an element of responsibility for that administration. And if Kamala Harris thinks that administration was a good administration, that's a problem. And if not, she should come out and say, yes, Biden did things wrong. And the fact that she's not saying that means that she approves of this administration.
Objectively, good evening.
Path, and that's a bad path. So that's the point. It's not really about, she didn't pass a bill. It's really about that she's complicit in this administration. So that's what I think. And the immigration bill was a terrible bill, and to put it into law would have been a disaster. So Trump did the right thing by killing it. And overall, I think it was a great debate.
All right, Victor. Marlon, Independent, Lancaster, California. Let's hear from you.
Okay, I have 2 issues I've been studying. One thing I noticed, most premature survivors are in red states, and also infant heart surgeons.
RFK?
They just have more feticides. Also, but a story, if the baby was going to be born anyway, she was in the hospital to give birth to a baby. Why is a feticide necessary to avoid sepsis? Why cut a baby if you're about to deliver it?
Okay, Marlon, how did the candidates do tonight on the abortion?
Well, Tim Walz didn't debunk on the abortion issue really well. Some research I've been doing on. There's another issue. If not, he didn't answer the abortion issue. Some old lies, scare tactics on the abortion issue. His own case, the Democrat own case was unnecessary because the baby was going to be born anyway.
Okay, I'm going to go on to Ophelia, who's a California Democratic caller.
Good job, Greta.
What's the name?
Ophelia.
This is me.
Yes, I think Walz did great. I don't think Vance did. All he sounded like a college debate, and he kept spinning the words and everything. And they didn't bring up about Trump being a felon and 34. I don't know how many 6 bankruptcies, and all he does is lie and call people names and degrades his country. I was here 4 years ago.
Do you think Governor Walz should have done that tonight?
Oh, yeah, but he wanted to be civil, like everybody's saying they were civil. But he could have brought all that up, because I was there with 2020. I thought it was the worst 4 years. We couldn't wait for Trump to get out. He was destroying the environment, regulations he was overturning that were beneficial for our country. And I'm just tired of people watching the same news and they just say all these crazy things. And Walz did great. I think he's the one that won the debate.
Okay. Down in Louisiana, Melissa's watching there, Republican.
Yes, Republican. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Your thoughts on the debate?
I thought it was a civil debate. I do like how BJ Vance stand up, and it wasn't biased this time. But one question I do believe that CBS needed to bring up was the SAFE Act. I wanted to, I thought they was going to question the SAFE Act about why the Democratic Party continue to oppose the SAFE Act. More so since they brought in all these illegal immigrants in the country.
Oh.
And they just dropped them. They allowed them to cross the border. They flew some in. Some of them just came up in the cities with buses and stuff. So therefore, how will they consider what happened in 2020? How will our election be secured? So my main question was, I thought they would have bring that up, because the simple fact is this is an important election, and the SAFE Act should have been one of the questions that was answered.
Okay, Melissa there.
What about the bipartisan border deal?
Last call for this evening. But the conversation will continue tomorrow morning on the Washington Journal. 7.
We're not done yet. We're going to do a little bullshit before we get out of here. How about that? Apparently, Trump... We did the story about the 60 Minutes and him passing on the candidate interviews. We now know that he is demanding an apology from CBS before he'll go on.
Go ahead. CBS is saying that.
Why would I promote the dumb motherfucker? What the hell? Go watch the Offspring video yourself. Goddamn curiouser.
Pulled out of a plan.
I wouldn't make fun. Like, that's cool.
60 Minutes.
I like Offspring.
You to address that.
The video's good.
You indeed are not doing the interview. Explain your reasoning why.
Well, right now,
I'm not a little bitch like he is. I'll give people props.
Do an interview, but first I want to get an apology, because the last time I did an interview with them, if you remember, they challenged me on the computer. They said the laptop from hell was from Russia. And I said it wasn't from Russia, it was from Hunter.
Barta said.
Apologies, so I'm sort of waiting. I'd love to do 60 Minutes. I do everything. I mean, I do you right now, right?
Ooh.
And you're tougher than 60 Minutes.
Ooh, I don't like that.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Is that a new drop? I'll do you right now. Yeah, DJ Dub. The laptop was planted, and they've hacked the info, or Hunter was probably stupid enough to, let his password for the cloud get out there somewhere. Not really hacked. Did some kind of phishing scam or something. And a lot of the info is real, but it's on a planted laptop.
That's frankly. The laptop from hell was from Hunter. It wasn't from...
Russian hooker could have snatched his phone.
If you remember Leslie Stahl, we got into a little bit of an argument on the camera talking about that and other things. you know, they really owed me an apology. I'll tell you, David Muir, how about David Muir when he said that crime went down? And then the following day, they released the numbers from the Justice Department that crime went up 45%. Where's my apology? They should apologize. They were wrong on everything. So I like to get an apology, so I've asked them for an apology. Let's see if they do it. I wouldn't mind doing 60. I've done 60 Minutes a lot. I did 60 Minutes twice with Mike Wallace, the great Mike Wallace. He was great. His son is from a different ballpark. His son doesn't have, I said, you want to be like your father? Just don't have the talent.
Wow.
Who else, please?
What an asshole. So who does he need to get an apology from? Does he think like 60 Minutes is going to issue a press release? Donald Trump, we apologize to you. Here is one of the things that Trump truthed out during the debate, which is hilarious. Trump, Vance, 24, not friends with school shooters. Fair enough. He totally said he was friends with school shooters. I was stunned by it. He clearly meant school shooting victims. Or school shooters victims or something like that. And while the sign is funny and it would be a great thing to run with, it's, you know, really wild that Trump, who says the dumbest shit constantly, is like, aha, he misspoke. Really? Oh, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene showed Hunter's dick in Congress, because that's one of my most popular videos. I'm very aware that Marjorie Taylor Greene showed Hunter Biden's dick to Congress. Okay, I don't want to do anything too heavy, but I'm going to do this crime story. One of Detroit's most wanted has been arrested in Washington after 6 years. 6 years he has eluded law enforcement. We got body camera.
Come out of the car for me. You got any weapons on you or anything? No. You turn around, put your hands on.
Convicted sex offender. This is exactly who we root for the cops on this one.
Yeah, we're going to put State Northbound on first.
A convicted sex offender on the run since 2018 for crimes in Michigan is tracked down and arrested in Burien. Now detectives want you to take a good look at his face because he's been living here the whole time using fake names. Good evening and thank you for joining us for the news at 10. I'm Sabir Rayford.
And I'm David Rose. His real name is Corey.
I will root for the cops against a kid diddler. If they're doing their job at arresting kid diddlers, rapists, that I'm going to give them props.
Olson, and as it turns out, he was labeled Detroit's most wanted after he disappeared in 2018. SeaTac police say there is a serious concern that Olson may have more vulnerable victims here in crimes that have gone unreported.
I love the Find Me puzzle.
When King County Sheriff's Detective Riley Michaelbus started working to locate a man accused of identity theft, he realized he might be onto something bigger.
After about a week of looking through 10 plus addresses, years of records, I couldn't figure out who this guy was. And that was a hint, because usually I can figure it out.
He had a few pieces to the puzzle, including photos of the suspect, who was working temp jobs under the name Randall. The real Randall works at McDonald's in Kansas.
Kansas reached out and said, hey, there's this guy working with our victim's social security number up in Washington. And every year the feds are sending him like a tax bill. Every year the feds are sending him a tax bill. You're working in Washington, why aren't you paying taxes on it? And the poor victim in Kansas was like,
are you leaving?
I've never even been to Washington.
Detective Michaelbus knew he could charge the suspect for identity theft.
Oh, you don't want to leave yet, Curiouser.
Had no idea who he really was.
I was concerned, like who hides their identity, like this guy does.
Then he learned Randall was working at a new job in Burien.
So we went over to that business and I spotted him getting into his car.
After he left, police pulled him over.
And when he got out of the car, he pushed a sergeant and ran away. He actually made it pretty far.
Detective Michael Bust was following in his minivan, cut him off before he could escape, and took him to the ground.
Okay, now that we've all calmed down, chill, okay?
Chill.
We're gonna get through this, all right? I can't believe I made it that far. No, well done. Good job.
Fingerprints identified Randall as Corey Allen Olson. What did he say?
He wouldn't give it up.
That's when Detective Michael Bust Googled him and discovered he'd caught Detroit's Most Wanted. After Olson injured a deputy when he crashed a car while trying to escape, he was convicted of sexually assaulting a teenage girl. He was paroled in 2017 and was about to head back to prison when he fled.
Once again, Olson is charged with another sexual assault, a child the first time, and now this person with special needs.
After telling him I could see him on YouTube, he would not admit that he wasn't the person. I said, I just fingerprinted you. There's no way that you're not this person, and he just wouldn't give it up.
This is State of Washington versus Corey Olson.
At his arraignment for identity theft.
No, I've only got a couple more stories.
It's a forgery. Olson's attorney fought.
Don't be bored, because I've got fun shit. Let's do it. I thought a sex offender getting put away in the pokey was fun. But okay. I might for tomorrow. Do you guys... I have the video of the sheriff shooting the judge. I can't play it unedited. But if I go and put a blur over the judge, I can play it tomorrow. Would you guys want me to do that? Do you want to see the video? It is very fucking graphic. I say this because also one of my most popular videos, Kentucky sheriff shooting judge. Apparently people really into that story, so I wouldn't mind to do an update on it. I just had to censor out the judge because it's brutal. Fucking brutal. Are you down for buying one of Taylor Swift's guitars, apparently auctioned off for $4,000?
Look up. No, he wasn't joking. This one don't need the wall hanger.
It is what got me banned last time, Media Winch. I remember, these are the motherfuckers that are going to tell you that gas is too high under Biden-Harris. We can't afford groceries. I can't afford groceries anymore. Gas prices are killing me. Nobody wants to work. And $4,000 on a Taylor Swift guitar.
Joking. Guess we don't need the wall hanger.
Called someone a snowflake on Facebook numerous times. It wasn't actually hers? Okay, hold on. The footage is going absolutely viral, showing a white-haired dude grabbing a hammer and going full demolition mode on an autographed guitar after dropping $4,000 on the instrument. You can hear him giggling like a kid in a candy store. The video started blowing up on Monday. The scene appears to be from an event called the Ellis County Wild Game Dinner held outside Dallas. Sunday night, people are speculating it might be tied to politics, especially since Taylor recently endorsed Kamala Harris. The man's antics have sparked a major debate, with some cheering him on and others saying he could have spent the cash in way better ways. He hates women. He hates people with opinions other than his own. It didn't say anything about it not being hers. Was it just somebody made a special Taylor Swift guitar? What in the fuck is with this rifle on a tripod like it's a goddamn camera? What in the fuck? Why would you do that? Someone explain this to me. Flash, are you still in here? Flash, I need your expertise, Mr. Fed. The hillbilly telescope. But like, that's not what you would put a goddamn... they make shooting tripods? Well, faux machina, now come on. I knew... That looks exactly like a camera tripod.
No, he wasn't joking. This one don't need the wall hanger.
I thought you would lay down or something with a... You put it on a swivel like I put on a camera? That's too manly.
Take that, hang up that busted thing. Joking. Guess we don't need the wall hanger.
Kids these days and their trinkets. Well, I just think like that wouldn't be good because I know how like you have to service them
Now take that, hang up.
every year or two because they get loose. Camera tripods have to be fixed up because they won't stay steady. But I mean I guess you're holding it yourself anyway. So you don't need it to be completely taut.
Gary, now take that, hang up that busted thing. Joking. Guess we don't.
He definitely took his wife to the bedroom after.
You live in sexual anarchy?
Okay, let's do a little sports before we get out of here. How about this? I believe this was the same card where I did the guy flipping off the crowd in Paris. I can't believe I missed this one. You guys are gonna love this, and I hope before she did it, she took our good friend's advice.
Life is too short to walk this earth for a crusty asshole. Wash your ass.
It was a Taylor Swift guitar, possibly signed by her, but we don't know for sure. And he had big feels about it. This is a UFC fighter who had a very odd way or a very cool way of celebrating after she tapped out her opponent.
She's tapping away. It is a submission win by Eileen Perez. That's what she said she wanted.
Twerked in her face. I gotta see it again. Tap, then twerk.
She's tapping away. It is a submission win by Eileen Perez. That's what she said she wanted.
Eileen Perez may not have gotten her opponent in a rear naked choke during her UFC fight Saturday, but she certainly got her own rear working, twerking in her opponent's face after winning by submission. The bantamweight fighter hopped in the octagon at Paris against. Apparently, this was a really cool card, and I should have watched this. This was a lot of fun. More than a wiggle twerk.
Victory. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Eileen Fiona Perez. Congratulations to Eileen Perez. 4-fight win streak. She said she wants Kayla Harrison as well in the future. Not there in the octagon, just in media interviews. She's also 30 next week, so an early birthday gift. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Eileen
I'm into her.
Perez.
Dang.
Congratulations to Eileen Perez. 4-fight win streak. She said she wants Kayla Harrison as well.
And I'd totally give her a titty slap if she was into it.
Titty slap!
Come on now.
Ooh, Ducky. That's too far. That's too far. I totally condemn that.
He condemn.
Ooh. The referee didn't do anything wrong. The referee's just doing their job. Here's a kleptomaniac kitty. I'm sorry if I've shown this one before. I don't even remember if I have or not. Klepto kitty. How am I a king shamer? Was the referee into it? Name is Cleo. Socks. They put the loofah in an evidence bag. Still bras. Amazing. Oh, I know who's getting raided. If you are watching on Twitch, get ready to get in the bread line and get yourself some soup. Big night tomorrow night. I will probably come on at 7, I think. I don't know. I don't know the times of the debates tomorrow. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. Keep an eye out. We'll be around 6, 7, 8 sometime. We got 3 big debates tomorrow. Tim Kaine against Hung Cao, the Virginia Senate debate. We got the Nebraska Senate debate. We got the Virginia congressional debate. All happening tomorrow night. We'll see you tomorrow on the Troll Patrol live.